Commissioner, the first witness this morning is Mr. Josh Burns. I call him.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Burns, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
I'm happy to take either, but I'm happy to take an oath.
All right. I think there's a copy of the Tarnagar.
Yeah.
Yes.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yes.
Mr. Burns, what's your full name, please?
My name is Joshua Solomon Burns.
Your address is known to the Commission, and you are the Member of Federal Parliament for the seat of Macnamara in Victoria.
I am.
And you took up that role on the 2nd of July 2019, is that right?
Yes, that's when we were sworn in. We actually won the election on the 18th of May, but it takes a while for it to become official.
Yes. Your electorate office is located in St Kilda.
It is.
Can you please tell the Commissioner a little bit about the structure of that office, what's done from there and the staff that you have there and so on?
Absolutely. So it's a federal electorate office, so it serves the people of Macnamara. We have around 140,000 people who live in the electorate of Macnamara. It's a bit more as the population grows. And I have a team of 5 full-time equivalent staff who look after everything from answering questions that people have when they call the office, to assistance with federal government departments like the NDIS, like immigration cases. They help me with my community engagement work when community groups want grants, when they want access to different government departments. It's a functional office there to support the community of Macnamara, and I'm very fortunate to have wonderful people who work in my office, the majority of which aren't Jewish, but some of them are, and yeah, they're great people.
You've described in your statement your family background. Could you explain that, please?
Sure. So, all 4 of my grandparents were born in different countries. Only one was born in Carlton, in Melbourne. It's why I go for the Carlton Football Club. But other than that, my grandparents on my father's side were from the United Kingdom, and then my grandmother left Scotland. My grandmother on my mother's side left Germany in 1938, about the week before the Kristallnacht, and she was stateless when she came to Australia. She was part of the small number of Jewish people who were able to get into Australia prior to World War II. And all 4 of my grandparents are Jewish, and they all sort of descended, whether it was from different parts of Melbourne or Europe, into what is now my electorate and the community that I grew up in. And yeah, this country gave my family everything. On my father's side, they were 10-pound poms and came with nothing. And in 2 generations, I'm able to become a member of the federal parliament. And I think that's a wonderful reflection on our country, that poor Jewish migrants can set up a life and have opportunity to dream big and to build a family. And Australia has given my family everything, and we owe it a lot.
You grew up in Melbourne?
I did.
Can you
as beautiful as this city is, I proudly grew up in Melbourne.
Well, we'll forgive you for that for the moment. You attended a Jewish day school?
I went to Gardenvale Primary School, which was a state school, and then I went to Mount Scopus College, which was at my high school.
You played sports with the local basketball team, I understand?
I did. I can't say my game's getting better, Councillor.
Now, can I ask you about some of the education experiences at school? You obviously had an understanding of the Holocaust from your family, but were you taught about that at school?
I think that my first distinct memory of Holocaust education was when we went to the Holocaust Museum, and then also we had a screening of Schindler's List in high school, and that sort of started an intensive examination of the Holocaust as part of my high school education. But my grandmother actually, she obviously was German, and she still felt very connected to her German heritage. She still went to the German club in the CBD of Melbourne. We're not really sure why, but she kind of liked it, and she never lost that part of who she was, and in fact, I think she found comfort in Australia. But she also, we also did grow up knowing that the family that she left behind, the family that weren't able to escape prior to World War II, were in a small town that was one of the first sent to Auschwitz, and all of the family that my grandmother left behind, we believe, were killed on the 15th of February 1941 in a gas chamber. So I think it's the Holocaust was something that it sort of, we all knew about, we all were taught about, and then at school I remember learning about it in greater context. And in fact, I studied a few units on it in university as well. But for my own family, it was something that was a bit more personal and a bit quieter and a bit more something that my grandmother made sure we knew, but we also didn't talk about that much.
And your own experience at primary school and high school in Melbourne, did you encounter anti-Semitism in those years?
I mean, to be honest, I can count on one hand the incidents of anti-Semitism that happened prior to really October 7. I mean, even after becoming elected to the federal parliament, October 7, 2023, I maybe a couple of times on a sporting field, but that was probably a reflection of the fact that it was just, the game was getting a little bit heated. But never did I grow up thinking being Jewish was ever going to be something I would have to hide, something that would prohibit me from reaching any part of Australian society or reaching any of the goals that I would have for my life or for my family. But something dramatic shifted in October 2023.
And by that stage, you'd been a member of Parliament for some 4 years or so. Can I just go back to the period after high school and before you entered Parliament? What did you do in that period?
So I finished university, travelled, did all of that sort of things that a young person should do, and then I came back and worked for a publishing company, and I was in a really good job, but I wanted to pursue politics, and so I, through a series of sacrifices, left a full-time gig to go and work part-time in politics, and then after a successful but non-victorious attempt at winning the state seat of Caulfield in 2014, I managed to work or get a job working for Daniel Andrews, who was the Premier of Victoria, and worked for him for 4 years. And then the plan was never actually to become the member for Macnamara. That was meant to be a friend of mine, but when the train arrives at the station, you have to get on it. So I've been very lucky to be elected now 3 times by the people of Macnamara.
Can you describe the electorate to us, for those of us who try to avoid Melbourne?
With great pleasure. The electorate of Macnamara is the inner south of Melbourne. So the border is the Yarra River. So we've got some of the country's finest arts institutions in South Bank, everything from the Australian Ballet, the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra, the Arts Centre, so many other different national galleries of Victoria, all of that sort of part of it. Then we have Port Melbourne, which is such a historic community, but also gentrifying, moving all the way down the bay into St Kilda, around Elwood, looping into Elstonwick and Caulfield, which is where I grew up and where a lot of the Jewish community live in East St Kilda, Ripponlea, Caulfield North, and then back up through Windsor, Albert Park, Middle Park and Albert Park, and South Melbourne as well.
So it has a vibrant Jewish community?
Very, very vibrant, yes. We're the largest Jewish electorate in Victoria. I believe Wentworth is the only electorate in the country that has a larger Jewish population.
Your statement addresses a brief summary of what you have heard from your constituents about their experiences of anti-Semitism. Are you able to encapsulate that for the Commissioner?
I think the most stark story I remember was I was in Canberra, and they have school children coming to Canberra to participate in civics education. And I had a group of Year 9 girls from Beth Rivka Ladies College, which is a a Jewish school right in the heart of my electorate. And I said to them, put up your hand if you've experienced anti-Semitism. And they all put up their hand. I said, all right, well, let's dissect that. Put up your hand if you've had someone, say, shout at you on the way to and from school, walking to and from school. And barely a hand went down. These are Year 9 girls who are distinctly dressed in sort of school uniforms that have a sort of modest and religious design to them. And these Year 9 girls had all experienced someone pulling up on one of the high streets in and around my community, near where I live, screaming at them because they're Jewish. And
when was this, Mr. Burns?
the students came to Canberra last year, so it was again the same sort of timeline of the escalation in anti-Semitism post October 7.
And you refer to the steps you've taken to provide some sort of response to the concerns raised with you by your constituents, and you've indicated some of the meetings and time you've spent with that. Could you describe?
I mean, unfortunately, I've spent way too much time trying to respond to anti-Semitism, and whether it be, I was chair of a parliamentary inquiry on anti-Semitism at universities, so I've met with a lot of Jewish students about their experience at university. It was the Human Rights Committee that did that inquiry that I was the chair of. I've met with Jewish artists on a number of occasions when they have been, either shows have been cancelled or they have been shut out of places that they would otherwise be able to express themselves creatively. I've been, as I said, met with school students. I've met with so many different people in my electorate, doctors, mental health professionals, people who feel like they have had some part of their life restricted because of being, on the basis of them being Jewish. And it has been one of the hardest things as a member of parliament, who also now is a member of the government, or privileged to be a member of the government, to respond in a way that's adequate. And clearly this Royal Commission is so important because there is still more work to be done. And following the terror incidents at Bondi, it's never been more urgent to make sure that the work of this commission returns our country, or at least lays out a pathway to return our country back to all of the people who live in my electorate, not worrying about whether or not they're dressing or identifying themselves as being visibly Jewish, or whether they're worried about how it'll affect their workplace or how it'll impact their life in Australia. Because I know that, just like my family, the people who I represent, they love this country and it means everything to them.
Do the reports from your constituents reflect the characteristic that you referred to earlier, namely since October 7, 2023, there's been quite a change in the extent and nature of anti-Semitism?
Absolutely. And I'm sure the ECAJ or some of the other Jewish community organisations can give the exact numbers on the incidents, but from all accounts, certainly from our records as well, the spike in anti-Semitism post-October 7 was real.
In terms of your electorate office in St Kilda since October 2023, can you describe what you've had to deal with in that context?
I mean, obviously the most high-profile incident was on 19 June 2024, when I woke up and my office manager, my staff member, called me. It was about 6 a.m. and they were sort of, you could hear this panic in their voice. And she said to me, Josh, someone's attacked the office, turn on the news. And I turned on the news and it was blanket coverage of my office, which was so surreal. I mean, this was, anyone's welcome to come to our office in Berkeley Street, but it's, it's a sort of pretty sort of suburban part of St Kilda and not that interesting. And to have so much, to have all of the sirens and the blue and red lights surrounding it, the fire brigade putting out the fire. Initially, I remember seeing the images of sort of a small hole in the glass with sort of much much bigger sort of ricochets into the glass, and I thought, oh my gosh, someone's shot into my office. That was my initial thought. And then I saw the footage that someone had off the CCTV, and I was almost relieved that all they brought was a hammer to come in and smash up our office. And I was actually speaking to my colleague Tim Watts, who's the member for Jellybrand, yesterday, and he said he's also had his office vandalised, but he's never had horns drawn on his head or had the sort of graffiti that I had surrounding it.
I'll bring up an image which you've attached to your statement, if you don't mind. It's stat.899.0001.0282. It's an extra JB2 to your statement, showing the street front of your electorate office, and you can see the smashed glass in the door that you've just referred to.
Yeah. The two bits that were you can see on the right hand side where it's got the white writing of Josh Burns MP, and then it's the clearer background. You can see the sort of smaller pinpoints at the start, and then how the glass sort of spreads from there. That was the initial concern. But then what we later realised was the most dangerous part was underneath where the photo of me sort of sitting down is. You can see a burnt communications pit. Yeah. Where they set alight. But then the other communications pit that was also set alight was right outside the residential door, which is right next to the door in my office, where it leads up to 4 residential apartments, where families were evacuated at 3:30 in the morning, including a young baby. And yeah, it was pretty reckless and pretty dangerous, that incident. And
then the writing on the left is not completely clear in the photograph, but it says Zionism is fascism over a photograph of you.
With horns on my head.
With horns on your head. How did that impact you personally?
I mean, my first thought was for like the residents above, and I was actually sort of felt guilty that they had to get evacuated in the morning. Thankfully, they were all incredible and generous, and not particularly pleased that they were evacuated, but they were all kind to me and my team. Because of the communication pits, all of the businesses lost internet for the whole week, and we kind of went up and down to all of the people. We know everyone on the street, and yeah, some of the businesses were pretty affected by it all. But the main thing I felt was really for my staff. I mean, like, this is their workplace. This is, at the time, I think I had 2 Jewish staff members. Maybe majority of my staff were not Jewish. They were progressive young people who cared about the Labor Party, who cared about our country, wanted to work in politics, had big dreams about influencing policy and progressive change in Australia. And they come to work and they see this, young women who are, law students, and yeah, I felt like we were lost. That how is this part of the democracy that we all hold dear? How is this adding to the debate? How is this something that is going to also solve anything in the Middle East? I mean, I said at a press conference the next day, if I thought that smashing up my office was going to bring about peace in the Middle East, give me a hammer, I'll do it myself. But it didn't. And all it did was just cost $100,000 to fix and scare a lot of people.
It was also followed by a social media response.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is part of the thing that is really it's difficult to sort of explain, but in my mind, this is sort of the narrative that unfolds here. That I think the Royal Commission, I wanted to put to the Royal Commission, is that if you inherently think that Jewish people are evil and therefore they can be, they're fair game, well, that's a particular type of person. But actually, I think that the bigger problem is when people draw more subtle links and start justifying things like that. And what I mean by that is, if you think that a lot of the criticism I have is that I somehow are loyal to the state of Israel, not Australia. I'm not an Israeli citizen. I've never been an Israeli citizen. I have no desire to be an Israeli citizen. I'm a proud Australian. I grew up here. I was born here. I'm a citizen of this amazing country. Yet a lot of the criticism is that somehow Jewish people are loyal to Israel, not Australia. And therefore, they then should be held responsible for the actions of the Israeli government because they're more loyal to them than they are to us. It's a sort of us and them narrative. And then therefore, we'll look at what the Israeli government's doing. It's nothing that you do to a Jewish person in Australia is as bad as that, so it's fine. And that sort of justification and that narrative of, well, they're loyal to them, what they're doing is terrible, therefore they're fair game. That's the sort of justification and that logic that I saw so often on my posts that, it's okay. Oh, it's only a few smashed windows. What about this or what about that? And when you see a lot of the commentary that is directed at me, it's somehow I'm celebrating the death of Palestinian kids or celebrating the death of the Palestinian people when the truth is absolutely not that. I mean, I've said on so many occasions that if I could see one thing in my lifetime, it would be peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. I dream of seeing the Middle East sorting itself out and finding a peaceful pathway forward. I don't want to see death and destruction on anyone. And to attribute that sort of intent or maliciousness to a Jewish person, or to attribute some sort of dual loyalty, is to create a space in which these sorts of things, like what happened to my office, is justified. It's a complete dehumanization of Jewish people, and I think that's where anti-Semitism in the mainstream can catch on, and that's where it can get really dangerous.
Can I call up on the screen a couple of the posts that you've referred to,
Sure.
and you've just provided a few examples attached to your statement. So the document is stat.899.0001.0283. It's an extra 3 to your statement. And this is just a selection, and I'll just refer to some of what you've included.
Yeah.
On this first page, the first comment on the page evidently is just refers to the photograph of you with horns, and then the suggestion in the tweet on X, and the second entry has that characteristic you referred to of immediately attributing to you a so-called genocidal characteristic, and then over the page, please. The comment at the top suggesting it was most likely conducted by Zionists themselves. So one of these false flag conspiracy theories that we've seen in the commission. And then I think the third one down reflects one of your other observations about the suggestion repeatedly made that you have a loyalty to Israel rather than to Australia. So you came to be aware of numerous social media posts in this sort of category, is that right?
Yeah, unfortunately we had to become diligent in trying to record some of them because it was pretty overwhelming. I mean, I'd make 2 points. One is that a social media post on X, you sort of you can dust it off and keep moving through your day. But there is a problem where as I said, that there are narratives and there is sort of the abuse that people get that they really shouldn't have to, and there should be greater safeguards to prevent people from having to be subjected to this sort of abuse. I would think, especially online, which is such a big arena, and it is such a big vector for people's views and beliefs to be spread very quickly across society. And I'd say that the Jewish community came to Australia because of the rights and freedoms that are attributed and that belong to Australians. Rights like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the rights to assemble, the rights to practice your faith freely. All rights have intersections, and there are very few absolute rights, as this commission knows. But surely it's well within the rights of not just the Jewish community, but all Australians to be able to participate freely in our democracy without being vilified or having their loyalties questioned or having attacks being justified or somehow, this sort of dehumanization as part of a sort of complete removal of any civility that we would show each other normally. I mean, you wouldn't walk down the street and scream this at someone else. Why should you be able to do it 30 times a day online? And I think this commission has a hard job of finding the right way of navigating this to not stop people being able to participate freely in our democracy. I am a fierce defender of the institutions of our democracy. I'm a proud member of one of the most important democratic institutions in the world, but I also think that one of the things that all Australians would want is to be able to live life in Australia without facing this every day.
You've provided in your statement some summary statistics of communications that your electorate office has received and that have been posted in respect of across various platforms. And you've recorded in paragraph 15 that the electorate office has received between 8,000 and 10,000 emails since October 7, 2023. And I take it, well, can I ask what proportion of those are critical or abusive that you've set out in your statement?
I would say that very few people write to me about the Middle East saying how much they agree with me. In fact, most of the time people write to me about the Middle East with some form of advice, often free and often frank. But that's perfectly acceptable. In fact, it's encouraged. It's part of our democracy where the vast majority of the communications of those tens of thousands of bits of incoming were either agreeable, disagreeable, critical. They gave me advice. There was a whole range of them, but the vast majority of them were not abuse. They were not anti-Semitic. They were just part of the democratic process where people are absolutely free to express themselves in a particular way. There is a much smaller percentage of them that absolutely disintegrate into anti-Semitism. And I think the way that I differentiate that and the way that I make that delineation is that when you are talking about a particular policy of either the Australian government, the Israeli government, or you're talking about a policy that I'm referring to, fair game. Criticise, tear it apart, disagree, protest against it. That is your democratic right. But if you are attributing certain qualities and often malicious qualities to an individual, or you're directing your criticism in a malicious way towards a Jewish person in Australia about the policies of the Israeli government on the other side of the world, well, then that often and almost always disintegrates into vilification and racial abuse. And yeah, the vast majority, though, Councillor, are perfectly civil, and I try and engage and respond to them as much as possible.
You've referred to over 1,000 phone calls and approximately 10,000 social media messages and comments that the electorate officers observed and recorded, and some of those at the abusive and anti-Semitic end of the spectrum you've recorded in a statement. In an attachment to your statement. Can I just bring that up for a moment?
Sure.
So it's stat.899.0001.0281. and this is, again, a summary of some only of the either abusive or anti-Semitic or both communications that you've received across various means. So the first one was in an email, blaming you explicitly for responsibility for the violence, referring to the Bondi attack. Then, if we can go over the page, another series of extracted comments. Perhaps just draw attention to the one at the foot of the page, which is the text of a voicemail message left in your electorate office, accompanying abuse with the trope that we've seen of attributing Zionism as taking over Australia.
Yeah.
And then on the next page, so the first entry at the top of the page, explicit criticism of you and attribution of blame for the action of Israel. And then the second one calling for violence against Zionists, trying to justify attacks on Jews. So these posts and messages, of course, are dealt in the first instance by your electorate staff. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge responsibility, and it's a huge effort for my staff to have to take steps to either hide comments, report comments, or turn comments off altogether if there's no time. There's the safety features that are social media platforms have is basically just to turn off comments, which again goes against the sort of democratic instincts that I have. I want people to be able to agree and disagree with what I say, but it's a huge effort to manage all of this, and it's pretty, I mean, just looking at it now, it's sort of, it's pretty heavy. It's a heavy thing to wear, and my staff are all kind and caring people, and they don't want to have to read this all day. And instead of it being some sort of race to make it safer to engage online, the social media companies, you can report things and they rarely will return your call or return an outcome, or at least give a justification of an outcome. It just disappears into a black hole, which is exceptionally frustrating. But the other thing also, on a sort of more general level, is that underneath a lot of this is that it's pretty perverse to blame the Jewish people for anti-Semitism or for attacks against the Jewish community. I mean, you wouldn't do it to any other community. You wouldn't, it's like being stabbed twice. Once for the anti-Semitism and once being blamed for being stabbed in the first place. It's something that the Jewish community unfortunately has to face a lot of, and yeah.
You've also given some evidence about a video that you made with Allegra Spender MP and Julian Leeser MP, which was published on the 29th of April this year. And in the video, the three of you together called on constituents to make submissions to the Royal Commission, to this Royal Commission.
We did. I mean, this is a really important commission, and it's got a big job, and I didn't want it to be a political message that it was just me saying, please make a submission. I wanted to do that across party lines, and Julian, Allegra and myself have worked on projects before, and I like them both very much, and we decided to record a video encouraging people to make a submission to this Royal Commission because we felt it was important. And what happened was, unfortunately, anytime you speak about the Jewish community or Israel, the Middle East, or anyone. It's like a big starting gun, and it's almost like the social media platforms drive that traffic to the darkest corners of the community or society, where the people who are the most antagonistic are sent the content that they're most likely to be abusive on. And that video, unsurprisingly, just received yet another reminder of why this commission is so important, and a justification for it to be set up in the first place.
So again, if you don't mind, I'll call up the attachment to your statement where you've reproduced a selection of the abusive and anti-Semitic comments after that video was posted. So it's stat.899.00001.0285, your attachment 5. And this too has a series of abusive, offensive posts. The second last one on the page, down the bottom, calling for murder. The final entry on the page, that characteristic you just mentioned of blaming Jewish people for anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
And if we can go over the page, another AI-generated item of anti-Semitic abuse. What did you or your office do to try and address or respond to these types of comments and posts?
Well, I mean, I'd be lying if I said we had a great faith in the social media platforms to be able to help us manage this, and in fact, it's a great frustration that they don't. Most of the time we just block accounts from being able to participate if they're abusive or blatantly racist. But yeah, I would hope that there's it's probably more sophisticated response that could be made, but it's got to be made by the social media platforms about the sort of conduct that is acceptable online, the sorts of complaint procedures they would have, the sorts of algorithms that are driving people towards the content that, whether, have they been abusive on previously, what sort of language are they using. I mean, Instagram knows when I was looking for a new high chair for my 6-month-old. They can do a better job of making it a bit safer online, I would have thought. Every time you open your mouth, Meta is listening, so it's really not acceptable that the sorts of responses that get directed every single time you talk about an issue like this reflects this. Yeah. And if it's okay, Councillor, I may also sort of say, like, one of the things we didn't do in relation to this, but one of the things that I've had frustration with in the past is around, well, if the social media platforms don't take responsibility, what other steps can be taken? And I have taken accounts to the e-safety commissioner in the past, of which they were, very open to helping and very open to assisting. However, the current restrictions in the e-safety act, or the Online Safety Act, only allow the e-safety commission to intervene in an account where there is someone is commenting on an individual and inciting or vilifying that individual, not against a group of people. So you can be critical of a Jewish person and name them, but you can't be critical of the Jewish people, for example, or you could be, yeah. So that is a huge restriction, because a lot of the comments that you've seen are broader than just attacking an individual. While they might be responding to an individual, they're actually about a group of people. And to me, that seems like something that could be looked at for reform, that would enable the e-safety commission to act as a better safety net, so that when you do get comments and accounts that are acting in a way that are vilifying a group of people, whether it be Jews, Muslims, First Nations people, LGBTIQ people. This isn't just about the Jewish community. This is about all people. That those accounts can be either taken offline or directed to be taken offline by some form of safety net in the eSafety Commissioner.
You've given a brief summary of your reports of anti-Semitic material to social media platforms. And
Yeah.
in paragraph 31, you say that you've submitted 44 reports in relation to offensive and anti-Semitic material on Instagram and Facebook since November 2021.
Yeah.
3 of those have resulted in removal. 9 were received by the platforms but not responded to. Is that right?
Yep, those numbers are correct. And I think the other thing to say, other than the vast majority of those 44 being not responded to at all by the social media platforms, is that I think the vast majority of examples you lose faith in the reporting processes, and I certainly don't report everything that I would otherwise, because I don't think anything's going to be done about it.
Yes. Can I ask you about some anti-Semitic criticism directed towards your partner, who's Ms. Georgie Purcell? She herself is a member of the Legislative Council in Victoria.
Yes.
She is not herself Jewish. And can you describe what has occurred since your relationship became public in, I think, July 2024?
It's probably one of the hardest things. You can sort of dust off things about yourself, but to have someone that you love get that sort of abuse is, it's awful. And she gets this sort of the same questioning of her loyalty and the same attribution of blame that I get, but she gets a layer of misogyny and a layer of sort of violent sexualized comments on top of it as well that I don't get. And it's actually really stark, the difference in the types of comments that both have this anti-Semitic undertones, but she also has this extra layer of misogyny that she has to deal with. And it's a weird feeling knowing that your partner has to take abuse because they're in a relationship with you. It's a pretty awful feeling, actually, and not because I feel sorry for myself, but because why should she have to deal with that? And even making a submission, and we were sort of having a conversation, and she was very conscientious not to be trying to, sort of seek publicity on this. This is the last thing she wants. She doesn't want to, she doesn't want to be seen to be, she's a politician, and there's often a lot of cynicism in politics, and she didn't want to be seen in any way of trying to get attention for herself by putting forward this submission or by putting out some of the examples. But actually, even just speaking out, she will attract an avalanche of hate and misogyny and anti-Semitism just by speaking out, and that's a lot to sort of walk into. But to see your family, to see your staff, to see the people you love around you, just because they're associated with you, cop this sort of abuse is it's devastating.
And you've attached to your statement another annexure which has a similar multi-page spreadsheet of social media posts with the abuse against her. Can I just bring up one page from that, if
Please.
you don't mind? stat.899.000.0286_R at page 0003, please. some screen captures from posts on X. The comments made after the birth of your baby daughter.
Yeah.
And the comments on the right needn't be read out. Obviously involve abuse and the kind of attribution to her of the characteristics that you've just described, and including just outright anti-Semitic abuse at the foot of that page.
I think, this kind of goes without saying, but I don't think we should be mistaking advocacy for the rights of Palestinians, which is a legitimate and important cause, for what we're seeing here. And I was even talking to one of my good friends who's a Palestinian member of parliament about, after Bondi happened, he called me up straight away and he said, can I come to a community event with you? What do you think? And I said, of course. There's got to be room for him to care about his people and the welfare of the Palestinian people, and also to know that anti-Semitism directed at Jewish Australians is unacceptable, and the terror attack against Jewish Australians is unacceptable. And of course there is room for both. They are not counterproductive or in conflict. What we're seeing here, though, are people trying to use a cause in order to vilify and justify and dehumanize people, to target someone who cares deeply about the cause that they're purporting to be advocating for, and to reduce them to malicious caricatures of the ancient anti-Semitism that we would thought would never be a part of Australia. And Georgie's someone who, she's not Jewish, but she's obviously, her partner is, her daughter is, my 8-year-old daughter as well is Jewish, and Georgie cares deeply about them, and it's something that she has to walk into and confront, and she should never have had to do that. So I feel extremely guilty almost that she has to face this, and every time she does speak out, I know that she has to face this and more of this, and some people can walk away from it, but it gets pretty heavy when you face this. And she's also much better at social media than I am, and has a much bigger following, and her platform is far more impressive. Although I do have great social media staff as well. They'll be angry that I said that, but her audience is huge, and so the frequency and the sort of veracity of some of the comments that she gets is worse than me.
So can we take that page down? Thank you. You've made some observations towards the end of your statement about the consequences of normalisation of hatred and anti-Semitism that you see occurring in social media. Can you describe that and what effect that has on the Jewish community?
I mean, let's take the starting point. The Jewish community love this country. As I know, all different minorities love this country. All different people love this country. Australia's a wonderful place, and the country that I grew up in was a place where I never had to hide my Magen David that I'm wearing underneath my shirt. I never had to hide or be worried about whether or not I was identifiably Jewish. I never had to worry about who I was, and I think that the Jewish community in Australia, we always felt that this was sort of the golden Medina. This was the golden era of Jewish life. I think I've got something like 31 synagogues in my electorate, all within a few square kilometres. I mean, there's way too many, but they're all beautiful in their own sense. And people love going and participating in Jewish life. But when you have this relentless abuse online and this relentless inability or trying to squash or confront or push back or push down on Jewish people just for participating in democracy or participating in online conversations or participating in our, in their workplace, their cultural institution, it is a message saying to the Jewish people that you don't belong in this Australia. And I think that I think that we all want to belong. We all want to feel hope and have dreams about what Australia can be for ourselves, for our kids, just like my grandparents did when they came to this country. But when you see this sort of torrent of abuse and this dehumanisation, you question whether you have a place in this country. And I hope that this commission is able to meticulously think about ways of restoring that confidence and that place in Australia, just as you want for every single Australian, so that the Jewish community doesn't have to worry about what they're wearing or worry about what people will think just on the basis that they're Jewish, or whether their loyalties are even in this country. I can assure you they are.
You referred a little earlier to your hope that there might be some strengthening of vilification laws or the E-Safety Commissioner's role. Is there anything else in that respect you'd like to observe?
Following Bondi, obviously the government brought a series of reforms to the Parliament, one of which was an attempt at a serious vilification clause. I do think this commission is the appropriate body to examine how that would work, what sort of threshold may be applied, and how it may operate, and in its intersection with the state jurisdictions as well. It is a very difficult thing to legislate and police, but it may be worth considering how it can be adopted in terms of rules for online safety, how it could be adopted for participation in community forums, how, I don't want to restrict people's ability to participate in our democracy. I just want to protect people from being vilified, and I just want to make sure that people don't have to curtail their own participation in democracy just on the basis that they're Jewish or Muslim or queer or whatever they are. So I think this needs to be considered in the sense of how do we protect people from vilification while also enabling free and full participation in our democracy. And I think that there were criticisms or concerns raised with the way in which the vilification clauses were put forward, both by the Conservative and the Greens part of the Parliament, all of which need to be taken seriously. And this commission, I would hope, would weigh up all of that and on the balance consider whether or not serious vilification reform would be required. The other part that I do think, which I've already touched on the Online Safety Act, ultimately it rests with the social media platforms. The spread and the pace in which people can get an audience means that you're not waiting for years and years for reputations to be spread around the whispers of street corners. It can happen overnight, where things can go viral and algorithms we know are preying on people's insecurities in order to hold their attention. It's almost as if, and my guess is that the social media platforms are directing content that is going to elicit a response from people who are going to send abusive reactions back and vilify people who have put up that content. So how social media companies have been allowed to get away with it up until now is beyond me. I think they bear a huge responsibility for some of the toxic nature in which our political debate has descended to. The civility that is no longer a part of so much of political debate, I think, is happening online. And this is, I think, the biggest arena of anti-Semitism we're seeing on a daily basis. Obviously, Bondi was the most severe, but this is the frequency and the volume is happening online. So I would hope that that is a big consideration. But the final thing I would say is that there's got to be a safety net, because if they continue their mismanagement of this, then the E-Safety Commission is the right place to be able to have another avenue to turn to. And it seems to me, even though it's not yet government policy or not government policy, it seems to me a huge shortfall in the E-Safety Commissioner's remit not to be able to examine posts that also do exactly the sort of things that we've looked at today on the screen, is that they target people on the basis of their religion or race, not just on an individual basis, which you would have thought is well within the Safety Commission to be able to look at. So I focused my submission on that. I don't pretend for one second this is an easy job, but I really believe in this country. I love this country, and it's given me and my family everything. So I would hope that we have to keep trying to enable the sort of life that my two daughters are able to grow up in is one where they're able to be who they are and be free to do so in a way that is safe and secure.
Thanks, Mr. Burns. No further questions.
Yes. I'm going to assume that there are no questions from the bar table. So thank you very much, Mr. Burns.
Pleasure. Thank you.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, before I call the next
Yes.
witness, or ask Mr. Sherman to call the next witness, there are some technical issues I've been advised of, and it may be appropriate to try to resolve them over an adjournment. So would you take an early morning tea
An
adjournment?
early morning tea. Very radical, but I will. Well, it looks as though we're ready again.
I think so.
Excellent.
Commissioner, next witness is Mr. Benjamin Adler.
Yes. Sir, will you make an oath or take an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes.
Mr. Adler, you've given a statement to the Commission dated the 27th of June 2026, is that right?
Yes.
Commissioner, that statement bears the document ID STAT.899.0001.0399, and if I could tender that statement and the annexures as exhibits.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
Now, Mr. Adler, I want to start by asking you some questions about your work. It's correct that you're 33 years old and live in Sydney, is that right?
Yes.
And you're a violinist and the leader of a klezmer fusion band called Chutney.
Yes.
Is that right? For those who are unacquainted with it, could you please elaborate on what klezmer music is and its origins?
Of course. Klezmer is the folk music of the Jews of Eastern Europe, primarily from around the 18th to early 20th centuries.
And you're also the director of Cr, which is an Australian Jewish music festival, is
Yes.
that right?
If I may correct you, it's shear, as in to shear a sheep, but it's a Hebrew word for song.
Okay. And you've given some evidence about the extent to which you connected publicly with your Jewish identity growing up. Could you describe how you grew up in Sydney?
Yes, so I grew up in the eastern suburbs. I attended mainly non-Jewish schools, only 4 years of Jewish education. Ended up as vice captain of a non-Jewish boys' school in the inner west. I didn't seek out particularly any Jewish spaces. After my bar mitzvah, I chose Saturday morning sport and Friday night debating over synagogue. I didn't attend Jewish youth groups, and I felt very my Australianness was embodied in what I did.
And to what extent did you feel a sense of belonging in Australia growing up?
It was unchallenged.
And since October the 7th, has that changed?
Yes.
And how is that?
Well, as I suppose we'll relate in the course of the next however many minutes, there have been significant and successive experiences I've had in the past 2.5 years, which have made me feel highly unwelcome in Australia.
And how has your conception of your identity changed?
Well, it's hard to... I know I'm Australian because I am Australian, but it doesn't sit particularly easily anymore, and it's not something that comes uncharged.
And we talked before about your sense of belonging. Has that changed?
Yes.
Now, in your statement, you speak about the concept of erasure. What does that concept mean to you?
So, because I play music both in spaces and in contexts that are specifically Jewish, as in performing with chutney or with shir, and also with other ensembles that are not Jewish and don't play Jewish music, I'm well placed, I believe, to assess both. And there's a raft of difference, which very much mirrors the difference between, for example, a worshipper attending a church and a worshipper attending a synagogue. Someone attending a church, as I've also done in the interests of general interest, may walk into a church to attend a synagogue. There are 5, 6, 7 layers of security. We know this, I'm sure it's been covered in this commission, the high walls, the cameras, the concrete barriers, you name it. There's a similar discrepancy, I would say, when making Jewish art in the public forum in Australia versus not making Jewish art. There don't seem to be particularly any barriers to entry beyond the vicissitudes of the free market to make non-Jewish art. But to make Jewish art, my experience, which will relate now, I'm sure, has been that without exaggeration, the majority of my efforts have not been to practice my part or to touch the violin or to organize musical arrangements or to liaise with artists, to find rehearsal times, none of the things that are normal. Most of my efforts have been to ensure that we can do the gig. Because there's so many forces that seem to always erupt quite quickly once news has emerged that we're doing a gig in a Jewish manner, as in performing Jewish music or for a Jewish purpose, that seem quite intent to cancel that gig.
Mm. And you mentioned the vicissitudes of the free market earlier. Is this particular period a good period to be a musician in Sydney, or is it a difficult environment at the moment?
That's a good question. I'm busy, but most of my work, well, all my work so far with Shir, the festival that I direct, has been voluntary. So that's a whole conversation as to whether commercially I'm making good decisions for myself. But I suppose the broader conversation is it a busy time in general? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
I would say that musicians are getting work.
Okay.
Yes.
And you've advanced a thesis in your statement about what some of the motivations for erasure are and the reasons why people might seek to engage in that practice. Could you speak to us a bit about those?
So I've had some time to think about this, and it's been useful to write my submission, which took obviously quite some time to distill, and I wanted to make it as clear and effectively communicated as possible. But naturally, even without the need to write a submission, because, as I mentioned, such an outsized proportion of my efforts professionally and in life in general have been garnered towards preventing my own erasure and the erasure of my colleagues, I've been reflective about it, and I really do stand by the following analysis. In my opinion, there are two main motivations as to why I've encountered erasure, and not just that, but I can extend that to my colleagues who present Jewish art publicly, or who are Jewish artists publicly, even if the art they present is not specifically Jewish. One is because the people who cancel us don't like us, and typically my experience is that those people are anti-Zionists. May I take some time to explain what that means?
Certainly.
Yeah. So if I can just zoom out for a second. So this commission is the Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion. I suppose what that really means, if I suggest what I think it means, is there's a problem in Australia where we're not socially cohesive. There's a lot of hurt being felt by the Jewish community. We don't need to talk about that in detail. That's been the whole purpose of this commission, right? But so anti-Semitism is a word being used to describe hurt felt by Jews, primarily by those who hate Jews. But it's a different thing to talk about people's intention. We can't always understand or presume to understand what people's intentions are, but we can certainly assess the consequences of people's actions, and the consequences are and have been that Jews are being hurt in various ways, whether they're being cancelled at the gigs, and there's a huge spectrum in between, of course. So this is also a characterization that I feel very compelled by, and I believe that you've heard other witnesses speak about this as well. I know Linda Ben-Menash spoke about this. But so if we consider the hurting of Jews as an umbrella category that spans millennia, there have been three main iterations of the ways in which Jews have been hurt. And it started with something called anti-Judaism, which was the Christian-led libel that Jews killed Jesus, Jews killed Christian babies to drink their blood and whatever, or use their blood in religious whatever. Then there was anti-Semitism in the way that I understand it, that was essentially that Jews as an ethnicity, as a race, are the Untermenschen, as the Nazis called, a subcategory, a subhuman, race polluters. And then more recently has been anti-Zionism. So it's no longer politically correct to tell people that their race is inferior. So instead, vitriol has been directed against Jews as a collective, as a nation state that is Israel. And what connects all these is the use of libel. So the libels being told today that Israel commits genocide, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, colonialism, those are libels just like, sometimes to the letter, like the killing of babies deliberately, just like we've had libels for the past 2,000 plus years. So I would never suggest that everyone who considers themselves an anti-Zionist hates Jews. I can't, like I said already, presume to understand why people do or say what they do. That's not my place. What I can speak very confidently about is the outcome and the consequence of anti-Zionist activity and the movement of anti-Zionism. And as I hope we'll be able to get into in detail today, the consequence of anti-Zionism as a movement is that Jews are hurt. Firstly, but specifically in my context, I shouldn't be speaking about. I'll speak about my own experience. As we'll go through, as I'm sure you'll be able to indicate with the social media posts that you'll reveal, the overwhelming majority, I would say 80-85%, if I'm not mistaken, of the comments and the motivations expressed in various spaces, be they social media or be they in closed-door meetings or be they in emails cancelling me, etc., have all to do somehow with the libels told about the Jewish state. And so when I say anti-Zionists, that's what I mean. Is that reasonable and clear?
Yes. I think I understand. And
Great.
we might explore some of these issues.
No worries. So the second, just to finish my thesis then, so the second manner in which I didn't be raised is that there's a category of people who are not anti-Zionists or not part of the anti-Zionism movement, but they fear repercussions from the bullying tactics of those people. And that's been my most common experience, where people who have no animus towards me or Israel or anything to do with Jews nonetheless fear, I suppose, vicarious cancellation by those in the first category.
Certainly. And just turning to the specific experience that you've had with your band Chutney, could you tell us a little bit about the gig that was scheduled for the 12th of October 2023?
Yeah, so as it happened, we had a gig that was scheduled obviously well before October 7, and we call ourselves Chutney. We could call ourselves hummus or tchina or charoset or any other Jewish condiment or Middle Eastern origin condiment. And we knew it would be impossible to spell in Australia, and you wouldn't be able to Google search us. So we didn't do it. We wanted to pick a word that would be, I suppose, reflective or had the capacity to express to Australia that we are Australian first, and happen to be playing music that is ethnically derived, in this case, Jewishly derived. And we had kind of not succeeded up to that point, and so we really made a big mission of that gig, the 12th of October, to strip all mention of Jewishness. We always thought about every gig, should we be mentioning that we're Jewish? Should we mention the I word, Israel, because some of our tunes come from Israel? Is it a safe space to do so? Conscious of anti-Zionism that I mentioned to you anyway. In this case, we thought we'll go full ham, pun intended, into the non-Jewish space. So we call ourselves folk, funk, fusion, not a mention of the J word or the I word. And that was an attempt, because we were playing in the heart of Marrickville, which is Indian West, which, there's a lot of anti-Zionism in that area. We thought, what, let's just try to make a good gig and try to get non-Jews to come along to our gig. That was our intention. And then, of course, when October 7 happened, we cancelled that gig because there was no way we could put on a happy show within days of that tragedy.
Certainly. And you also give some evidence in your statement about being headhunted by a Victorian music festival to present your music in August 2023. So you were sought out for that purpose. Could you tell us about that festival?
It was a delightful call to receive. I think it was my birthday. In August, again, before October 7, notably, we were called by a festival saying they had an interest in klezmer music, aforementioned, and asking if we would essentially adopt or accept a headline position, which was to play klezmer music and the other music that we play that is Jewish themed or derived in the street. So in the most public space, the public square, literally, for all attendees of the festival to dance with us. And of course, we were delighted and happily accepted.
And then on the 7th of October 2023, a representative of the festival emailed you to say that it was no longer appropriate for you to perform due to what I think they described as the nuanced situation since October 7.
Yes,
is that
right?
right?
7th of November that email came through, but otherwise correct.
And then,
Please Yeah, well, that's exactly right. We received an email saying that the situation has changed, and the quote was, because of the nuanced situation overseas, I think it was the word, or in the Middle East, that it was no longer appropriate for us to perform in that context. They were willing for us to perform behind closed doors, indoors, but they wanted to attract or remove that public square space from us.
And without getting into identifying details of the festival or its organisers, could you tell us a little bit about your interactions when it was proposed that you not perform in the same way?
Sure. So yeah, I should add, by the way, that this festival listened to me over a process of weeks, and in the end agreed to retain our position. So I'm very grateful to the festival, and I don't want any, ill towards them. So I'm grateful this is completely de-identified, and I respect the decision and appreciate the consultation process. But the process was a process, which I'll explain. So the person who sent the email, I called them and had a chat, and they revealed to me that the subtext of their email was that there was what they called a pro-Palestinian contingent, quite vocal and possibly quite significant numerically, of their attendees who would be upset given the war post-October 7 at the thought or at the prospect or the reality of us performing Jewish music or klezmer music, what we were asked to play in public. And further, and I didn't ask more questions from this person, but this person told me that in the past, that festival, which was not a large festival, and I think was run also by volunteers, had suffered the vicissitudes of social media targeting in the past and could not afford to do so again. So the subtext being there that the path of least resistance for them was just to remove the Jews from the public space to prevent any kind of outrage boiling over on social media or in other spaces that would threaten their festival.
I understand. And I think you've also given some evidence about a doxing attack that occurred as well. Could you provide some details?
So the way that we were able to preserve our participation in that public square headline act was I sent an email pretty quickly, quite a short one, which I think is an annexure, the first annexure, in which I explained that my position was that the logical extension of the position relayed to me by that person by email and by phone was that if every time that someone's sensitivities may be offended by the presence of public Jewish art, the Jewish art is cancelled, the logical extension of that position is the erasure, to use that word from earlier, of Jewish cultural presence from Australia. And my contention, which I think I forwarded civilly, advanced civilly, was that if this person and this festival were comfortable with said erasure for Jews and Jewish culture, but not for any other culture, then that must be anti-Semitic, that must be anti-Jewish. And of course, I presume they are not that way inclined, so I asked them to reconsider their position. And that argument proved effective. And so I was able to, through diplomacy, I suppose, in calm negotiation and explanation, to retain and regain our place. So that letter I presented, so the WhatsApp group, I know you had Lee here yesterday, Lee Kaufman, who is the author who started the WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group, and I spoke to her this morning, so I can confirm this, was for two purposes. One, to provide a space for Jewish artists to connect and offer support to each other, navigating the post-October 7 reality of, as I've mentioned, cancellations and kind of challenges. Number two, to provide or encourage advocacy on behalf of Jewish artists. And the two obviously are not mutually exclusive, and there's quite a big overlap there. So in the spirit of that, and it had nothing to do with Israel. So I'm not sure if we'll talk about ABC in a second, but there was nothing to do with positions on Israel. It was not a political group whatsoever. So in the spirit of that dual purpose for the WhatsApp group, I presented to the WhatsApp group a de-identified version of the letter that I just relayed to you, that I sent to the festival, that won us back our position. In the spirit of, I think I wrote, if you guys have similar cancellations or deplatformings, consider using this as a template, because it worked for me. When the doxing happened, I think it was January or February 2024, I was noted as a top 100 Zio, I believe, and I had the honor of the screenshot of that particular message being plastered somewhere over social media by I don't know who, to be honest. And the accusation that was attached to that screenshot by this individual, a doxer, I suppose you would call them, was that my explanation that this letter had proved successful in regaining our position in the festival was an example of, was an admission that I was engaged in Zionist propaganda. And if you think about it, none of that makes any sense whatsoever. And I think it's quite relevant to what I was saying earlier in my kind of global statement about Jew hurt and the different kinds of Jew hurt. The contention that the successful diplomacy of a Jewish Australian artist to regain a deplatformed platform in a folk festival in Victoria, the contention that that is in some way admission of Zionist propaganda is firstly clearly false, and secondly, I think indicates directly the way that anti-Zionism operates functionally as a Jew hate, as a movement that hurts Jews, because the contention of the doxer was that my advocacy was illegitimate and should be decried and denounced publicly, doxed, because I'm a Zionist, or because somehow I was admitting to being a propagandist for the Zionist regime. And there's no relation whatsoever. And that's the way in which the label Zionist, used as a slur these days, a very small example, is mobilized and manifests as a means of silencing Jews in reality in Australia.
Now, I might just take you. I understand that Chutney's received a great deal of abuse in the online environment as well. And I want to focus on one particular example, which is the sharing of an excerpt of your performance of a Holocaust-related song on Facebook. So I might just ask the operator to call up the document at stat8t.899.0001.0402. And I might just indicate that with respect to the image, it's to be shown in the room but not on the live stream. Now, just focusing on the image at the top, there's evidently a video that's been displayed. Could you just explain succinctly what the title of the video conveys?
Yeah, title says Papi Rosen, heartrending Yiddish song featuring the name of the singer.
Yes.
Papi Rosen was a song written in the 1930s, I believe, describing a very sad situation in a ghetto. I think it was a ghetto. I think it was pre-Holocaust, of a starving child trying to sell cigarettes to survive and feed his sister, and his sister dies. It's something very sad. It became a Holocaust song, even though it was written, I think, before the Holocaust, because it was resonant and it became associated with Holocaust remembrance. This performance was not at a Holocaust remembrance event, although I have performed that song at official Holocaust commemoration events. It was just at a concert we did in Melbourne.
And then we see underneath that there are some comments. So that if you look at the first comment, it's boycott ISR3AL till it illegal occupation of Palestinians. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And do you understand what the use of the 3 in that context is?
My understanding is that... Oh, actually, honestly, I only have 2 theories and I haven't bothered to check. One theory is that there's a concept within anti-Zionism that Israel is not real, so we shouldn't be using the real word Israel. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you'll see is not real, like ISNOT is not real or is fake, or I'm not sure. The other option is I think there's a... I'm not massively savvy with social media, but I think there are tendencies of some social media platforms to either, censor or in some ways mark comments that contain certain words. For example, like the word murder or rape is often in text, also doesn't have all the letters, often sometimes has a number, or sometimes the word grape is used instead of rape. So I'm not sure why, but I think it's something to do with algorithmic. I'm sure someone else can speak to that better.
And then if we go over the next page, we see some further comments, including the comment, "The Nazis are beautiful, same as Zionist occupation, what a sick mind." Is this indicative of the kinds of commentary that you were receiving on these posts?
Yeah, I think the previous commentary that this sounds like chicken scratches, Zionist occupation is European, go back, is also quite relevant. But there were. This was honestly one of the most tame and benign of all of our social media moments. It was also the most surprising because, as I suppose you're going to suggest now, this song has absolutely nothing to do with Israel, predates the modern state of Israel by decades, and it is just indicative of the way that hatred erupts the moment a Jew dares to surface publicly. And in this case, this hatred is clearly anti-Zionist because it's spouting libels about Israel, but as you'll see, it's also connected to the previous iteration of Jew hatred or Jew hurt, which is antisemitism, because it also talks about the Nazi, or it re-inhabits and reanimates Nazi, I suppose, iconography and terminology, so as you could say, yeah.
I might just go to another instance of your social media commentary, and just to contextualise this, I think you give some evidence that earlier in this year you gave an interview on a radio station, and in the interview you described a lack of support for members of the Jewish community. And so the next document that I go to is comments on that interview. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Of course.
So I'll ask the operator to call up stat.899.00001.0401. And I'll just direct you to a few of the comments here, so that perhaps the first comment in the top left-hand corner of the screen, where the comment is, "I'm so sick of the lying Holocaust Jews that are entitled, victimised on the world stage, then destroy Palestine, murder 680k plus with no ceasefire, etc." And then the words "cancer on the world." What reaction do you have to reading commentary like that?
I just shake my head. It's just classic anti-Zionism.
Yes. And then on the right-hand side, there's a artificial intelligence or a AI-generated image of a victim card. Is that a piece of material that you've seen before?
The AI is kind of cute, actually. The specific image is new, but the general comment of victim card, that crying victim is actually, I think, repeated several times throughout the comments on that post.
Yes. And you give some evidence as well about the sheer music festival in 2022, hosting an event in Melbourne, and then in Sydney, and then a further event in Melbourne.
Mm-hmm.
And in that context, in 2025, you boosted some advertisements for the music festival. Do you recall that evidence?
Of course.
I might just take you to some of the comments that were received in relation to the music festival post, and ask the operator to call up stat.899.001.0403, which is an extra BA3 to your statement.
If I may clarify, there were 4 posts that attracted these comments.
Yes.
2, so none of them at all were Israel Zionist focused. 2 of them didn't mention the I or Z word at all. 2 of them mentioned that there'd be Israeli pop music plus liturgical plus musical theatre as a genre, and also mentioned that one singer had origins in Tel Aviv. But otherwise, none of the posts had anything to do with Israel.
Yes, and I think if you look at the top post on the page, there's a reference to the festival, and then from Israeli pop anthems, liturgical classics, to musical theatre, music festival in one show. So that was the show that you're promoting. And then if we go down the page, we see the first, or perhaps second comment: war criminals and pests of humanity. Towards the bottom of the page, there's a particular post that says, "Great, I can finally do something with my old Molotov cocktails," and then an angry face emoji. How did you respond to that particular comment?
Well, unfortunately, that comment had to be taken more seriously, obviously. So I believe it was contractually obliged, and obviously I think ethically obliged, to report that to various parties, specifically the venue company that was managing the venue that we'd booked for this Melbourne show, and also the police.
Yes, and then if we could go then to the 4th page, PDF page 4 of this document, so the penultimate page of the document. I think that may be the final page of the document, so it's the page before. Yes, that's the one. And you'll see that towards the top of the page, there's an image of what appears to be the Israeli flag, but the Star of David's been replaced with a swastika. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then two comments down, there's a comment that says, "I hope there is a huge riot outside the building," followed by a series of exclamation marks.
Mm-hmm.
What was your reaction to that comment?
Well, similarly, I included that comment when I notified the venue company and the police to suggest that there might now be an escalation of the threat profile against our event.
And as I understand it, you've requested updates from VicPol since September 2025, is that right?
Yeah, so look, I think this happened on 20 September. I emailed Vic Police on 22nd September, that was a Monday. I've chased up, and my colleagues, including some in Melbourne, including in person, at least 15 times. Yeah, there's nothing to report. So the most recent email, which was a few weeks ago, was that they said there are some updates that they can't share with us, and that was by far the most substantial update I've received. In January, we were told that they have to check with Facebook to see who posted it, even though we had the information after about 3 days of very minimal sleuthing, and that it might take a year. That was in January.
And you also took steps to raise the matter with the Australian Federal Police at some point as well. So.
In a moment of despondency, late night after a gig, about a month after the Bondi attack, having been pushing again VicPol consistently and receiving nothing at all, I thought maybe I can go over their head to the AFP. I wasn't sure what the relationship between the federal and state bodies are. And so I explained the situation, and I also mentioned that someone I knew had been killed in Bondi, and I was reflecting on what could have been if a Molotov cocktail threat had actually proved real for 1,000 Jews lining up on Collins Street in Melbourne. Who knows what it could have been another Bondi. Now, I don't believe it would have been, but no one knows. And the point is it had to be taken seriously, and the point is specifically that security arrangements need to be made. It should have been made properly. I'm not sure if we're going to talk about CSG or not, but we can leave that aside for now. But my hope was that CSG, which is a communal security group for the Jewish community, would be engaged properly by the venue company such that we'd feel safe. Instead, the venue company chose not to and chose to also kick us out of the venue. But we might get there. But yeah, the point is I explained to the AFP staff member on the phone that this is an additional reason why I urgently and desperately want some clarity as to what we're going to do with the man who threatened to throw a Molotov cocktail at our event, and why I was calling her to seek an update. And she sarcastically replied, "Have you ever heard of something called privacy?" And then informed me that, of course, I should not expect to receive any information whatsoever about the case. And that was supremely unsympathetic and quite shocking.
And did you take any steps to raise these issues with either the social media platform or the e-safety commissioner?
I don't believe we raised on the platform. I think in the past I've tried raising things on the platform, being Meta, and obviously nothing's happened. And we had 8 days to turn around to make a concert happen with no venue, so we had exigencies to deal with, my staff and I. So the answer to first is no. The e-safety commissioner, I don't think I was even aware of, to be honest.
Thank you. And at the conclusion of your statement, you provide some reflections on anti-Semitism in Australia. You've addressed many of those reflections throughout the course of your evidence so far, but is there anything else that you would wish to add by way of reflections focusing on the concluding paragraphs?
I suppose, look, do the arts matter? Do the arts matter at all in society is a great question. Is it a luxury good? Is it a necessity? But if we can kind of zoom specifically into Jewish arts right now and Jewish culture, I think the problem, or a problem rather, I should say, that the Jews in Australia face is that we are not particularly humanized. What does that mean? I think Jews are seen, obviously, by anti-Zionists and sometimes vicariously by those, as I mentioned, who fear the wrath of anti-Zionists, as indelibly and specifically connected to a foreign conflict, Zionists. I think also Jews more recently after Bondi are seen as characters in a tragedy. I'm not sure, because there's so few of us, like 100 and something thousand, and most of us live in 2 cities, and in quite geographically specific locations, I think you could add. It's quite rare, I think, and because I've toured regionally quite a lot, up and down the coast. We're often the first Jews anyone meets in those kinds of areas. What I'm trying to say is, what's the best way to humanize someone? To meet them. In the absence of being able to meet someone, I think that's where culture and art does come in. I think culture and art has a very important role for all people. This is not a Jewish-specific thing at all. To be able to humanize, to tell a culture's stories, to be introduced to their characters, to their songs, to their language, to their artwork. I think, it's not just a luxury item. I think it's also serves quite a specific and important, and right now, social cohesion related, a necessary function. The problem, and that's why my thesis, my analysis, the dualism of people who hate us or people who punish us for being hated, which is by far the most common, by the way, in terms of the ways that I've been cancelled. The reason why that matters is because if Jewish culture is not provided the opportunity to exist publicly, we will remain unhumanized. We will remain fragments, fictitious avatars, and I don't think cohesion is going to improve with respect to the Jewish community. And the problem specifically, as I've related, and there are many more anecdotes in my statement, and then even more in my submission, you may be aware, Commissioner, that we haven't been able to talk about today. The reason why this all matters, I think, it's not because I've been victimized and I lost gigs. I'm also busy doing other things. It's not really about that. It is partially about that, but it's more about, in the interests of the wider cause of social cohesion, if these unelected gatekeepers, be they festivals or venues or awards or media or radio, all these unelected gatekeepers of the cultural space continue to lock us out, as I've relayed severally here, and there are so many more examples truly in my submission, then we will never have a chance to be humanized properly. And I don't really think there's much chance of success. I put it this way, I think the arts play a very important role, and culture plays a very important role in successfully reclaiming or establishing, building social cohesion. And that's why I suggest, I don't have a great solution, to be honest, but I think a reckoning for a start is necessary for those who hold power, because there are powerful people in the arts and they are gatekeepers. Like, the arias can make or break an artist. Like, there are people who are totally unelected who have enormous power over the way that arts function. If they are not held accountable, and if there's not a reckoning to them, with them, about them, I think we're stuck in the status quo.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. Commissioner, I have no more questions of this witness.
Yes. Well, perhaps before I excuse you, I've got a couple, Mr. Adler. How do you define Zionism these days?
Great question. It's pretty simple and unanimous for most Jews, and you may have heard this answer before. The belief or agreement that a Jewish homeland called Israel should exist in some borders in the ancestral lands of the Jewish people.
And amongst your Jewish friends and acquaintances, would you say most of them are Zionists in that sense that you've just described?
Yes.
And so what you have experienced, as you see it, is being sidelined by people who have strong views about the conduct of the present administration in Israel in relation to its response to the Hamas attack. And people with those strong views conflate Australian Jews who are Zionists in the way you've described with the conduct of Israel. I mean, is that fair?
Commissioner, I think there's a couple of things to say about that. I think there are two things I'd like to say. Firstly, it is true that there's a misconstruction of the word Zionism, and as I mentioned, Zionism has become a slur. It was never meant to be. The word Zionist to many people, and the left in particular, means genocide supporter, baby killer, or at the very least a belief in what's called Greater Israel, which is a very marginal, like, a religious extremist position that suggests that Israel should be bigger than it currently is. That's not, as you mentioned, what my Zionism and my friend's Zionism, and by far the majority of the Jews in Australia's Zionism is. But if I may make a correction, or in my perspective,
Yes,
on
yes,
an
do.
earlier part of what you suggested. So I really don't think that anti-Zionism's core mission is a critique of the actions of the current administration. And let me explain why. Because to critique something, you want that something to get better, and you want that something to endure. To engage in good faith, genuine criticism, that is the mission. For example, critiques of apartheid South Africa weren't to destroy the country, were to remove apartheid. However, critiques, quote unquote, or rather the rhetoric of anti-Zionism, with the extraordinarily hyperbolic lies, libels told, which often, as I've engaged many times with these people, end up just coming back down to, well, 1948 was a mistake, and Israel should never be made at all. The point is, anti-Zionism at its core is an eradicationist, eliminationist movement that seeks the removal of Israel, either by force or by the creation of like a one state, which means that Jews cannot be a majority in their own country anymore. The right of return you may have heard about, which sends 7 million Palestinians into a tiny country the size of a third of Tasmania. These kinds of things. So I do push back with respect, Commissioner, on the suggestion that anti-Zionist intentions are to criticize or give objection to current conduct. It doesn't matter what Israel does, they will have problems with Israel.
Can you accept, Mr. Adler, that there are people who conscientiously are critical of the conduct of Israel in its response to the brutal Hamas attack, and who do not seek the elimination of the state of Israel?
100%. And I would say two things to that. Number one, the best place to see that is in Israel. I was there recently. In Tel Aviv, Bibi Netanyahu is widely hated. There were periods of time where every Saturday night and every Tuesday, the middle of the city was closed down by hundreds of thousands of Israeli Jewish Zionists who hate Bibi so much. It's very, very possible to vehemently criticize an Israeli prime minister or policy or anything without demanding its dismantlement. Very possible. Number two, as I suggested at the start of my testimony when I was talking about anti-Zionism, I cannot presume to understand the intentions of people who engage in anti-Zionist rhetoric. What I was trying to say was exactly what you've said. I'm sure there are some very well-intentioned people who are caught up in the movement because they see suffering in war, as do I, frankly, and don't like it. But the point I was trying to make, which I think is really important, is to separate the intentions of individuals who then, and the movement that those individuals' participation feeds and sustains. The movement of anti-Zionism, as I've detailed today, I hope, somewhat successfully, I would like to think, its outcome is the punishment, the erasure, the ostracization, the targeting, and ultimately violence against Jews in Australia, with or without conceptions about Zionism, as to whether I'm a Zionist, whether the word Zionism is properly defined, as we discussed a few minutes ago. And I think that's also a conversation that is very hard to have. People who are well-intentioned, who are humanitarian in bent, truly, I believe, when they add their voice and their feet to the anti-Zionist movement, figuratively and literally, are feeding a hate movement. That's the outcome. It may not be their intention, but it is the outcome. And it is the new hate movement of the day. It's the way that Jews, by far, are victimized or ostracized or targeted, erased, whatever verb, hurt is probably the best word I used earlier. It's the way the Jews are hurt the most today, by far.
And would there be, in your experience, amongst your Jewish friends who are Zionists in the way you've described, a range of opinions about the conduct of the present administration?
Yes, sure. I think the general comment is it's a pretty hard position to be in when you're dealing with a terrorist entity that wants to destroy your population, and it's an unenviable position to be. And I have a commentary that whether Bibi is on the right, but whether there was someone on the left, Yair Lapid, for example, would he have done the war much differently? Possibly not. But to answer your question directly, of course there's a range, and of course there should be a range. I mean, I'll maybe end with a slight light moment. There's a saying that goes, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. We're quite famous for our internal dissent, but there has to be a core, and the core is that Israel has to be legitimate. I mean, it exists. We can't control Z our way out of a country, and we shouldn't be. We shouldn't even be talking about Zionists anymore. What other country has a name for people who believe that the country should exist as it exists? You know what I mean? The only reason we're talking about Zionists still is because there's this thing called anti-Zionism that has created an avatar of Zionists by piling all the things they hate in the world: racism, bigotry, homophobia, ethnic cleansing. They put it all into one jar and they whack the word Zionism on it. So we have to talk about it still. We shouldn't even be talking about that word, because what other country is afforded the great privilege of having a name attached to people who believe it should exist? It shouldn't be a controversial thing. The country exists, and we should probably move on from that fact.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adler. You are excused. Yes. Oh, by all means, Mr. Bender.
My name is Ben Adler. I'm here for 7 Jewish bodies, including the Executive Council of the Australian Jury. I had a couple of questions from your evidence. Following up from what the Commissioner asked you about feeling sidelined by certain elements who might be described as anti-Israel or very anti-Zionist, I think your evidence earlier was you didn't only feel sidelined by them, but also elements in the arts community who effectively were in fear of the extremist anti-Israel, anti-Zionist elements. Is that correct?
100%.
Thank you. My other question was in relation to the experience you had as a result of the doxing incident in the WhatsApp group. As I understand it, you wrote a letter to a dance festival or a music festival, which was then publicised. Is that right?
I relayed that episode in my testimony.
Yes.
Yes.
And that was an example of you advocating for what you believe to be something that a Jewish band ought to be able to do, that is, play at the festival, correct?
Yes, and also because we were engaged in those terms, just to retain the terms of our engagement.
So it's an example of a private communication you had with a festival for the purpose of advancing your belief that as a Jewish group you ought to be able to play, in effect.
I mean, it was more about a festival that engaged us on certain grounds, retaining those grounds. It wasn't really because we're Jewish we have a right. That I think there should be a universal policy that festivals maintain. But yes, there was an argument that if they were willing to erase Jews and no one else in those contexts, that maybe that was anti-Semitic. Is that what you're asking?
No, but I will ask you this. When you communicated that letter within the WhatsApp group, you did that with the intention of sharing it with a bunch of Jewish creatives. Correct. In order that you could all discuss your experience at the festival.
Correct. And again, I'll just reiterate, it was totally de-identified. So it was only the template of the content concerning the argumentation that the logical extension of the erasure or deplatforming of a certain person, in this case a Jewish person, because of sensitivities that may be offended amongst audience members, that the logical extension of the argument is anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish. That was part of the letter that I shared, again, de-identified.
But when you shared the letter, did you do that in the belief that as a Jewish creative person, you ought to be able privately to have a conversation with other people in the creative space about your experience as a Jew?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Well, I'm asking why it was that you decided to send the letter in the WhatsApp chat group. And really what I'm getting at is whether it's because you felt in that chat Jewish people, like everyone else, should have the ability to talk about their experience of existing in the creative space or in Australia.
That's why I joined the WhatsApp group. I think that's the purpose of the WhatsApp group, that Jews should be able to talk about their experience in creative industries in Australia. And it's a great shame and stain, actually, if I can add to the ABC, that they've suggested otherwise, even as recently as 2 months ago, the suggestion that we were doxed because of our position on Israel. It's completely fallacious. The purpose of the WhatsApp group was exclusively, exactly as you describe, to give Jews, like anyone else in Australia, the capacity and opportunity talk about their experiences in the arts industry. However, if I'm honest with you, the reason I shared the redacted version of the letter was to provide an assistance, a potential assistance to other artists who might be suffering deplatforming as well. I suppose in the general sense I was sharing, the fact that we can talk about our issues with arts platform holders. I'm not sure if that's what you mean, but the motivation was to provide assistance to others who might be suffering a similar situation.
Just as you would expect any minority within Australia to be able to do that privately, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Anything arising, Mr. Chairman?
No, Commissioner.
Well, this time you are actually excused.
Mr. Bashara will take the next witness.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Bashara.
Commissioner, the next witness is Daniel Rosenfeld.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenfeld? Mr. Rosenfeld, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, please.
There's a ton up there.
Yeah, sure.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I do.
Yes, do take a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld.
Thank you.
You've given a statement to the Commission dated the 25th of June 2026, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
Commissioner, that statement bears the document ID STAT.80009.001.0233. I tender that statement and an extra RD1 there too.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bashara. That will be admitted as an exhibit.
Mr. Rosenfeld, I understand you are an elected councillor of the Randwick City Council in New South Wales, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Elected councillor at Central Ward and Randwick City Council. Yeah.
And when were you elected?
I was elected in December 2021, so I'm now in my second term.
Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about your role as councillor and what it involves?
Okay, as a councillor, you basically represent the community, not just Central Ward, but the whole of the LGA. We also have a number of council meetings that we are required to attend in a given year, and we also have quite a bit of communication with our constituents regarding any of their issues, mainly to do with local government, but it can be to do with some other areas as well. So. Yeah.
And can you give us a few details about your personal background, including the ones you've included in your statement?
Yes, well, I'm Jewish, and I'm the grandson of Holocaust survivors. I was born in Australia, and my parents came out from Romania, and I grew up with grandparents who told horror tales of their experiences in the Holocaust, and certainly it was as a child growing up to hear those stories, it was quite confronting.
Mm-hmm.
Very briefly, Mr.
Yep,
Rosenfeld, can you just tell us the sort of things your grandparents talked about when you were growing up as to their experiences?
Basically they would say that they were more or less starved, almost starved to death, treated very badly. They basically had their own parents, my great grandparents, herded away and unfortunately never saw them again. So that was some horrific things. I also basically seeing a tattoo from Auschwitz on both my grandmother's arms is pretty horrifying too. So, yeah.
And you've maintained a connection with the Jewish community over the years, is that right?
Yes, I have. Yes, I've always been active in the community. I didn't go to a Jewish school, but I've been quite active in the community at attending synagogue and also different events that the community puts on.
And a number of your constituents are Jewish as well?
In Randwick, we have roughly in the last census about 4% identified as being Jewish. Yeah.
Now, in your statement, you referred to a reception that you attended for the President of Israel on the 9th of February 2026. Can you tell the Commissioner a little bit about your attendance at that event and what happened on the day?
Yeah, well, I attended that event. It was at the International Convention Centre. It was a formal reception put on by a couple of Jewish bodies for the visit of the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, and I was honoured to attend, as I did then put on my social media to hear him speak and other community leaders speak, and it was quite an event, quite a memorable evening. Absolutely.
Am I right in thinking there were politicians from all the major parties attending that function?
Yes, I definitely saw some politicians from either side of the political divide attending that function. Absolutely, yeah. So, it was.
And you referenced social media in your response a moment ago. Can you tell us what happened following the event, specifically in relation to your social media accounts?
Okay, so I put a post on Facebook that I was honoured to attend that reception, and I have a setting where Facebook shares that with Instagram and with Threads, and then the next day I realised on the Threads post I had it listed 202 comments, which I thought was very unusual, given that most of my social media posts as a counsellor, I rarely get more than 20 or 30 comments. So I started reading the comments, and I basically saw all the how venomous they were towards myself in attending that reception.
Just before we get to the comments, you mentioned you made the original post to Facebook. Did it then cross-post to your other meta platforms, including Threads?
Yes. I have a setting where when I post in Facebook, it'll share it with Instagram and with Threads, given that they're all three are owned by Meta. So on the actual Facebook post, I actually received positive responses. However, certainly on Threads it was directly opposite, and there was, as I put in my submission, I had print screens, some of the worst of the responses that I received, and it was quite horrific, to be honest.
And the account that you used to post these, was that an account that you frequently used to give updates on your activities as a counsellor?
Yes, I do. I give updates basically on matters that we've discussed and resolved, or perhaps not resolved in council. I also use that quite frequently when I attend other events in the LGA, or just update constituents with regards to updates that the council is doing in terms of local government in the area. Yeah.
So we might just call up that post now so we can see it. The document ID is stat.899.001.0237. This is Annexure RD1 to your statement. I should note that this document will not be shown on the live stream, but will be shown on the monitors in the hearing room.
Yeah, so that's the one that I posted, mentioning that Israeli President Isaac Herzog spoke very well, and there are other good speeches from community leaders.
Yes. And we can see from the bolded text at the top that this is the post from Threads.
Yep.
And as you mentioned a moment ago, you received many responses or comments on this post. You can see there are 202 comments just noted at the bottom.
Yeah.
Now, I'll take you to some of the comments in a moment, but I just wanted to ask you first to give your general impressions of the comments that you received and what their tone and their content was.
And I thought that a lot of the comments were very aggressive. There was one comment that basically said the Jews don't belong in Australia, which I found very offensive, given that my family came to Australia to escape anti-Semitism. So that was very confronting. And there were quite a few other comments basically saying that I'm happy to be attending a war criminal. And I found that very confronting as well. There were many comments in that, and I felt quite unsafe. To be honest, seeing all those comments made me feel quite unsafe as a Jewish person in Australia, and it was quite disturbing in that way.
And did some of the comments refer to the possibility of you being excluded from public life or even Australia altogether?
Yeah, as I mentioned, at least one of the comments say that you should leave Australia. Found that very confronting. But just touching on what you said about public life, I mean, I also found it quite confronting that me as an elected official would receive of Jewish background would receive so many comments in this vein.
And had you ever received abuse like this online prior to this occasion?
I have, but not to this extent. So I have when we've had other issues in council with regards to anti-Semitism in our LGA, but not quite to this extent.
And that abuse was anti-Semitic in nature?
Yes.
I'll take you now to some of the posts. The first one I'll take you to is in the document ID stat.899.0001.230237 with the page number ending _0001. So just focusing in on the first post.
Yeah.
You can see the poster states, is this what you're standing up for? You're sick. You're the shame of humanity. Did you understand this to be a reference to your perceived support for the actions of Israel in Gaza?
I perceive this to be me being honoured to attend this reception and referring to the person who we were receiving to be a war criminal and hence the reference to killing kids and what have you, as you can see in this post.
Yes, and this poster is associating you with that.
Yes, 100%.
And then the post on the bottom, the poster states platforming scum. What was your reaction to posts of this nature, seeing them as they came in?
Definitely very confronting. I mean, you don't like insults, people calling you those words coming through, and it's certainly it was very offensive.
Take you to another post on the page ending _0003.
Yeah, this was the one I found most confronting of all. I explained that I'm the grandson of Holocaust survivors and great-grandson of great-grandparents who perished, and someone putting here, maybe he was right, as in referring to Adolf Hitler, as that definitely was by far the most insulting and confronting of all.
Yes, and can you just describe the post in general terms for those who aren't able to see it on the monitor?
Okay, well, basically it shows a person. I'm not sure who the person is, but there's a caption saying maybe he was right, and there's an arrow pointing to a picture of Adolf Hitler in the corner of that particular picture. So he's basically saying that maybe Adolf Hitler was right in his opinions of Jewish people.
Yes, and I note the text above the image states, Jewish representation in the governments of so many nations who are now pledging those nations to the Israeli Empire. What did you interpret the reference to Jewish representation there to be?
Well, to myself and other
Yes.
Jewish people who are elected to positions in Australia, even though I'm in local government, so we don't discuss foreign policy, but certainly given that he's responding to my post, he's obviously saying that I'm a Jewish representative in some form of government in Australia, but he's also insulting other Jewish people who are elected in state and or federal government as well.
Yes.
So.
Yes. And this is reflective of the post we discussed earlier, suggesting that Jewish people should be excluded from public life and
Yes.
political participation.
Correct.
Take you to another post on the page ending _0004. See the second post here. Okay, Aussies, you know what to do with this POS. Did you interpret that as a call for personal violence against you?
Yeah, absolutely. Someone is basically trying to round up people to make comments on my post, and obviously I'm not going to say what POS is, but that's insulting in itself. And then when someone says no room for this, it says NZZI baby, which basically it could be interpreted as Nazi baby massacring. So it's again with my background, I found it very insulting.
Yes. And is this one of the posts you mentioned a moment ago that made you feel unsafe?
Yes.
And just casting your eye down the page, you can see there's another post here, the second last from the bottom. What normal person can say they are honoured to be in the presence of a genocidal devil? And I note there's a space after the letter V and before the letter I in devil. Was the suggestion here that you were not a normal person?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
Take you to another post, this one on the page ending _0006. So there's a large black box with writing in white text, which reads, if you still don't think Israel is evil, it's because you are too. There's no other text accompanying this particular post. What was your reaction to seeing this?
Very insulting. Being called evil is it's probably one of the worst things you can be called, and saying Israel is evil is very insulting as well. Like a lot of Jewish people, I have an affinity towards Israel, and that's why one of the reasons I attended this reception. So basically, calling both myself and Israel evil is very insulting.
Over the page to _0007. See the first post here at the top of the page. A user likens your attendance at the event to hosting Hitler and questions whether you have any morals. What was the cumulative impact of seeing all of these posts as they streamed in, the 200 plus on the day?
It was not easy to read, not easy at all. In fact, I basically had to take some breaks when I was reading them all, because just reading a few of them were not easy to take at
Yes.
all. And no, I found it. And the other thing I found it bewildering that a platform like Threads would allow so many of these comments to be made, and to not be taken down, and for the general public to see it, and what have you. So it was very confronting in
Yes.
that way.
Did you take any action to report these comments on Threads?
I didn't know. No.
And can you just elaborate on why that was?
Well, basically, I've had incidents in the past where I have reported anti-Semitic comments, but I haven't, to my knowledge, I haven't seen any result of anything being removed, or those particular persons having a suspension from those platforms and what have you. So I don't really have a lot of faith in that reporting system. Plus, there were so many different respondents. There was, it's not like there's like 3 or 4 to choose from. There's just so many. So
It would have been impractical to
Yep.
go through and report each and every
correct.
Now, you're an elected representative yourself, so you're probably no stranger to legitimate, robust criticism. What is your perspective on the freedom to criticise elected officials, and why do you think these comments were of a completely different character to that?
Just the language used and the connotations used. So that just even if it's another subject that I'm criticised on, if language is used in such a way, in such an insulting way, it's not really the correct way to give feedback to a councillor. I'm more than happy for feedback to come back on various issues, as long as it's in an amiable way.
Yes, and in your statement, you talk about how not only you but others in the Jewish community have been feeling unsafe online. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, well, I've basically seen that, like this example, when I'm posting something that get so many comments of this nature, it just does make me feel unsafe. And others in the community have mentioned that as well, that they don't like to see all the, not just on this post, but on all the various posts and social media commentary they see. They don't like to see all this, all these comments and all these insults flown around. So quite a few people in Jewish people in society also feel that way.
And you also touched in your statement on some comments you received from constituents about anti-Semitic graffiti in your local government area.
Yes. After October 6, there was quite a few incidents of anti-Semitic graffiti, and we, as a council, decided or resolved to clean that up as soon as we could. I also secured a resolution in council that we would keep a register of that, and that we would send that to the New South Wales Police, the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, and also the Special Envoy on Antisemitism that the federal government set up. And we continue to do that to this day. And there are other councils that do the same, but we resolved that, and I actually was the one that put that notice of motion into council to put that into action. So, but yes, there have been quite a few reports of that nature, and probably the worst of which I remember. One actually said that in Maroubra Junction, just said Jews kill kids, and I've just in one particular statement, and I thought it was very offensive. It was a major part of quite a busy thoroughfare in Maroubra Junction, and obviously we removed it very quickly. But that was of all of them, I'd say that would be the most confronting. So, yeah.
And just finally, Mr. Rosenfeld, do you have any reflections on the relationship between the anti-Semitism you've experienced online and how it manifests in the real world and trends in the community?
Well, certainly when people online can read all these anti-Semitic comments and see that there's no action being taken. It seems to be normalised, and that can lead to events like what we saw in Bondi last December. So yeah, 100%. There's a relationship there.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Rosenfeld. I
Thank
have no
you.
further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. Yes. Councillor, do I take it that you've mentioned graffiti that started to appear after October the 7th?
Yeah.
Were you conscious of generally a spike in anti-Semitism from around that time, late 2023?
Yes, I was definitely. I mean, we've had it previously, but nothing to that extent.
And you do have Jewish constituents within your bailiwick?
Yes, I do have, but not just in my ward, but in the whole LGA. So, being the only Jewish councillor on council, I had people from the Jewish community reach out to me from the whole LGA. So, yeah.
And were you conscious of a growing apprehension amongst your Jewish constituents from late October 2023 right through to the Bondi killings?
Yes, definitely. And certainly we had an incident in our LGA, actually in Maroubra itself, and it's well known that a childcare centre was put alight, and it was right next to Maroubra Synagogue and Mount Sinai Primary School. So they got the wrong target, but it was right next door, and that certainly was a very horrific day as well.
Just going back to the reception for President Herzog, which I think you've told us was attended by politicians of both sides.
Yep.
Did you have any sense whether that helped to effect a healing, if you like, amongst the Jewish community?
I think it did, because apart from President Herzog speaking and actually mentioning to us that when they were in Israel, seeing the news of the Bondi terrorist attacks, they were greatly hurting for us, and they were in pain for us. And also, apart from his address, there were some people giving some testimonies of some of the victims, and that helped with healing as well. So absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Bender, any questions? I'm going to assume none from the other representatives at the bar table.
Sure.
Thank you for your evidence. You are excused, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Rosenfeld.
Cheers.
Well,
Yes. Ms. Blicblau, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Right.
Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Thanks.
Ms. Blicblau, welcome back. You've given evidence previously in the Commission's hearings.
Yes, I have.
You have prepared a more recent statement dated the 27th of June 2026. Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes, there's an updated version dated the 28th of June 2026.
Ah, yes, thank you.
On file as well.
And Commissioner, I attended the statement, and it's for annexures.
Yes. Do you
They should
have
be on. They should be on.
document ID for that?
Yes, STAT.899.0001.0396_R.
Thank you. Well, yes, that will be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Blicblau, as we have heard from you previously, you're the CEO of the Door Foundation,
Yes.
and you've previously explained the work of the Door Foundation as a non-partisan, not-for-profit organisation established to combat anti-Semitism and hate and build tolerance and social cohesion in Australia.
That's right.
The Door Foundation monitored the response online to witnesses giving evidence during hearing block 1 of the Commission's work.
Yes, we did.
And the Foundation prepared a report of the abuse directed towards witnesses who have appeared to give evidence in this commission.
Yes.
You were the person at Door with overall responsibility for preparing that report, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And what was, by way of general summary, what was your observation of the social media response to the witnesses who gave evidence in hearing block 1?
To summarise, we found that witnesses who came to the Royal Commission during hearing block 1 to give evidence about their experiences of anti-Semitism were subjected to more of it. They were targeted and abused online at volume and across social media platforms, and that was true both for witnesses who held positions within the Jewish community and also witnesses who chose to give evidence under a pseudonym.
Yeah. We'll come to some of your detailed findings in a moment, but your statement also addresses some work that the Door Foundation has done to consider social media responses to an announcement jointly made by the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency and the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism in June 2026,
That's right.
just a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Yes, and we'll return to that in a moment. Could I ask you to go to your statement with just to take you through the key findings in respect of your analysis of social media criticism, abuse, and anti-Semitism in respect of witnesses who have given evidence. Could you describe the characteristics of the posts? And you've referred to your summary in 12 to 14 of your statement.
Yes, so you'll find annexed to the statement, Annexure TB2 sets out a body of material which includes 275 examples of anti-Semitic and or abusive posts directed towards witnesses to this commission, and in one case a person who was not a witness but who was engaging with the commission in relation to making a submission. Those posts sit across 7 different social media platforms. To summarise the general nature of the post, I should say that body of 275 examples comes from a much larger body of examples of many hundreds more, but we chose those that were illustrative of key themes and trends. Those themes and trends included the following. First of all, explicit calls for violence against witnesses and Jewish people generally, including calls to kill Jews and bring back the gas chambers. It includes dehumanising language, comparing witnesses to cockroaches, vermin and parasites. It includes misogynistic, homophobic and sexually degrading abuse, often paired with typically anti-Semitic abuse. It includes Holocaust glorification, distortion and mockery, including expressions of adoration for Hitler. And it includes anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracy theories and accusations that witnesses were crisis actors or were falsifying their evidence.
You've prepared and attached to your statement a spreadsheet of the social media abuse online. I'll come to that in a moment, but could I just ask you to explain a little about the way you went about finding and recording these posts? So in terms of the collection methodology, how was it that Door Foundation identified the posts that have been brought forward in this analysis?
So last time I was here, I gave evidence that the Door Foundation understands anti-Semitism across a 4-dimension framework. One of those dimensions is discourse or anti-Semitic language, and we measure that in a variety of ways. Partly it's through academic research, partly it's through social research, and partly it's through what we call social listening, which is basically the practice of monitoring and analysing publicly available commentary across digital channels. It's a mixture of technical and human analytics. So companies and brands use what they call social listening tools to understand how their brands are tracking. We use it to understand how anti-Semitic narratives evolve and shift in contemporary Australia. So that gives us a starting point, but then we also use a simple process of searching these online platforms using a range of keywords, in this case relating to both anti-Semitism generally and also keywords relating to this commission and the names of the witnesses that appeared before it.
And your statement describes that the focus was of the searching activity that you undertook was on 2 platforms, mainly on X and on Facebook. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. But not exclusively.
You have brought forward some other examples of material on some other platforms, including YouTube, TikTok, Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram, and Reddit.
That's right.
Now, can I ask the operator to bring up the spreadsheet that I referred to and that you've attached to your statement? It's attachment 2 stat.8.9.001.0393_R. The underscoring indicating that this is a redacted form of that which is attached to your statement. And the spreadsheet goes over many pages, but just to identify what information you've included within it, the column on working from left to right on the page, you've recorded the date of the post, and then the username of the user, which we've redacted for present purposes.
Correct. The username is the handle or the username of the user who made the comment.
Yes.
Or post.
And then the platform is identified, and then there is a link, which in each instance is a live link to the post.
That's right. There are a small number of them that have been removed, which I assume we'll get to later on, but for the vast majority, they're still there.
Yeah. And then the text or description, is that just a cut and paste from the post, or is that something that you've added to?
If it's a text post, it's a cut and paste of the post or comment. In cases where the post or comment is an image, it's a word description of the image.
Thank you. And then column F identifies the witness who gave evidence in the Royal Commission.
That's right. In some instances, you'll see that a witness themselves were targeted, or that the head post or primary post related to evidence given by a particular witness. Yep. In some of the rows, you'll see the word general there, which indicates that the post or comment was about the witnesses or the evidence given generally.
See, thank you. And I might observe that, for example, Mr. Ivchin's name is in that column on the page, but he has, where names of witnesses appear, they have consented to being referred to in the evidence.
Yes.
In the spreadsheet, you've then included a screenshot and then in column I, an indication whether or not the post remains active and accessible. And as you mentioned, your statement says the vast majority of these are still active and accessible.
That's right, and that status state is indicated in column L. So of course we haven't continued to update that row as at this very moment that I'm sitting here, but it does indicate when it was last viewed.
Yes, thank you. Now, you have mentioned in your report that this is at paragraph in your statement at paragraph 27 that you have seen posts that may not be anti-Semitic as such, but were simply abusive on various bases, misogynistic or homophobic or adverse commentary on physical appearance. And what approach have you taken to that for the purpose of compiling your spreadsheet?
It's been a process of multiple layers of assessment and review. The ones that we've chosen to include, we consider to be either overtly anti-Semitic or abusive or contextually anti-Semitic. That is, by virtue of the fact that they were posted in relation to in relation to evidence given by a witness about their experiences of anti-Semitism, and indeed giving evidence at this commission on anti-Semitism. I would submit that they are arguably contextually anti-Semitic.
In paragraph 30, you refer to an inability to collect some of the data. Could you explain the point you addressed there?
Yes, there were a very small number of posts that during our initial monitoring and review our team observed, but then when we went back to do the final capture from an evidentiary perspective, they were no longer there. I will say that was less than 10 out of a batch of over 1,000.
Right. And what did you attribute that removal to?
There were some that were reported either by staff of the Door Foundation, other Jewish organisations, partners that we work with, and so on.
Are they likely to be particularly extreme examples in your view?
I suspect so. There are some examples that were particularly extreme and were removed, but as you've seen, there are several more that are equally extreme that have not been removed.
Yes. You've referred to your evidence that this is in your statement, paragraph 35, that there are some 225 posts directed towards an individual witness as the maximum.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and that 26 of the 71 witnesses who gave evidence in hearing block 1 were targeted across the sample of 300 posts? That's
within the sample annexed to the statement, but like I said, there's a much larger body of posts, and so I'm not suggesting that only 26 were targeting, but that's the minimum, and they're the ones that are included in the annexure.
Yes, thank you. And in paragraph 37, you address the general form of the posts. That is what they were directed towards. Could you explain to the Commissioner what you found after the review?
Yeah, so largely these were either direct posts or comments on posts across social media platforms. Some of them were posts about the Commission itself and particular bodies of evidence given by witnesses. The posts were either made by mainstream media outlets, by Jewish community organisations, or on the social media posts of the witnesses themselves or their associates. And often it was the comments beneath those posts that were the subject of the hatred and abuse.
Yes, thank you. Could I ask you then to address some of the themes that you have found and recorded in your evidence? So the first of those that you referred to in your summary was calls for violence. Yeah. And can I call up an example of this? stat.899.000.0393_0013. Can you make out on the screen, Ms. Blicblau, the example of the call to violence on that page?
I think I'm looking at the one.
The 3rd of May.
Yeah, sort of in the middle of the page there.
Yep.
Yes, I can
Yep.
see that.
Yes.
Did you want me to read it out or?
Yes, please.
So I think the one that you're referring to there is a comment that says, where do you live so I can firebomb your car, you Jewish whore? And I should say that that was in relation to a post by a Jewish woman who was posting about a submission that she had made to the Royal Commission. So you'll note that it's on the 3rd of May, just before the hearings began.
Yes. And then on page 0011.
Just before you go there,
Yeah.
Mr. Lancaster, cockroach needs to be sprayed. A reference to the special envoy might be
Yes.
thought violent too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
And the platforms those two comments were made on was indicated in the column as Facebook.
The one.
The 3rd of May.
The one on the 3rd of May was on X, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
No, you're right.
And Facebook for the one concerning the special envoy.
Yeah.
Could the operator then go to page 0011? And I'll take you perhaps to the entry on the 15th of May, starting how do we eradicate? This is apparently not directed to any particular witness, but you have described it as a general comment.
Yes. Do you want me to?
Yes, if you would read that, please.
This one says, how do we eradicate this filth and scum? Can we rework the no longer used oil refineries as, I don't know, makeshift concentration camps? Because I, for one, am sick of this shit and my hard-earned money being used on these fucking thugs. I might also point out at this stage, although we might get to it later, that one has been reported more than once, and I'm told that as of this morning still remains available online.
Could I ask the operator to go to page 0016? And the entry for the 5th of May referring to execution. Towards the top of the page, about a third of the way down.
I think I might just read it off here because it's hard to read on the screen, but I think the one that you're referring to is the one that says execute all Zionists. Is that the one that you're referring to? Execute all Zionists. It is a terrorist cult. We stand with the Jews who stand against Israel. And I should say, as I've said in my statement, that was in relation to a witness who gave evidence about the experience of anti-Semitism at a Jewish school, and the evidence did not at all relate to Israel or to Zionism.
Yes. Another theme that you have described and identified in numerous examples is the Holocaust glorification, distortion, and mockery. You have summarised that in paragraph 44. Could you just address what you found in that regard?
Yeah, so this is a common theme that we find across social media monitoring, and in this particular instance, a relatively significant subset of the posts included either Holocaust glorification or Holocaust denial, distortion or inversion, and this includes posts that relate to witnesses as Nazis or Zio-Nazis, or they express admiration for Hitler, either using the name directly or pseudonyms for Hitler, who in these instances is often referred to as the Austrian painter.
You've also referred in your statement to the 271K trope. Could you explain that? And it does make an appearance in your spreadsheet as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that's an anti-Semitic trope that asserts that only 271,000 Jews were killed in the Holocaust, not 6 million.
And perhaps just to go to one particular example, is to go to page 0001. The entry for 5 May 2026 in respect of Mr. Rivchin's evidence. Up the first entry on the page refers to it being, quote, time for the painter to return and finish the job. It's picking up the reference that you made as a reference or code for Adolf Hitler.
Yes.
And particularly clear example of this theme that you've identified.
Yes, that's right. And again, that one that says "fuck the Jew rats" and then goes on to talk about the painter needing to come and return the job. Again, I'm told that as of this morning, that one is still online.
That was on the Facebook platform.
Yes.
Commissioner, I note the time I have, but I would say about 15 minutes still with this witness, but I'm in your hands as to whether that's now or later.
Well, I'm not sure how we're placed for the rest of the afternoon, Mr. Lancaster. Are we best to press on and take a short lunch?
I think we can accommodate 15 minutes.
That's ambiguous. That is, we continue.
No, I didn't mean that, Commissioner. I think we can accommodate.
Well, I'll ask Miss Blicblau, how are you placed? Can you come back after a lunch?
I can, if you'd prefer.
Oh, I gather from
You're the
that
commissioner.
you'd like to finish your evidence now.
No, I'm in your hands, honestly.
I'll press on then, Commissioner.
Well, let's press on.
Another theme that you referred to, Ms. Blicblau, is sexually degrading abuse incorporating anti-Semitic content.
Yes.
And you refer to this in paragraph 50 of your statement.
Yes.
What sort of posts have you observed in this theme?
Within this theme, witnesses were targeted generally with sexually degrading abuse, often incorporating anti-Semitic slurs. It included accusations of pedophilia, which is a common narrative and theme that we see in anti-Semitic abuse. And there's some examples set out both in the statement and in the annexure.
Yes. Could I go to page 0013 for an entry on the 12th of May in respect of online response to the Special Envoy's evidence. About halfway down the page, starting typical.
Typical retarded-looking inbred slag Zionists are Satan's sex slaves.
Another theme that you've addressed is calls for expulsion or deportation of Jewish Australians. Paragraph 52, you have explained that. Why are posts of this kind particularly harmful in your view?
I mean, these ones were relatively blatant. They were, many of them, less coded and quite direct, calling for Jews to leave Australia or be forcibly expelled, deported or removed. Some of them are as blatant and clear as expel all Jews.
Perhaps I can call up an example of that on page 0009. On the 6th of May, beginning expel, the second last entry.
Expel all Zionist Jews from Australia.
Yeah. So it was a Facebook post in response to the Commission's proceedings generally.
Yes. And the one above and beneath it are particularly illustrative as well.
Yes.
Other things.
Yeah. Under this theme, you've explained in your statement that some of the posts in this category draw on an anti-Semitic trope, 109, 110. Could you explain that trope, please?
Yeah, we see this online a lot as well. The trope is expressed in different ways, but most commonly appears as the number 109, suggesting that Jewish people have been expelled from 109 different countries across history. And it often comes with calls for countries to be the 110th to expel their Jewish populations.
And if we go to page 0008, the entry for the 5th of May refers to what you've just summarised, namely the suggestion, it's in the middle of the page, of expulsion from 109 countries.
Yes. And you can see in that one too that it comes with many of the other themes and tropes around pedophilia.
Yes. The next theme that you've identified is false flags and false victimhood.
Yes.
On the part of Jewish people. And could you explain what you've observed about those kinds of posts?
This theme can probably be divided into two sub-themes. Anti-Semitic commentary regarding false flag or staged victimhood. There's a whole body of examples in the annexure that relate specifically to the Bondi terrorist attack being fake, staged, or self-inflicted, and then linked to the same theme but separate further examples of false victimhood generally. And this might be a good time to mention that since evidence was given yesterday, we've continued monitoring the responses to yesterday's witnesses and pulled together a further body of examples and evidence, around 70 of them, in which this theme is particularly prevalent.
In respect of that work that you've just done since yesterday's hearings, you have prepared a preliminary report that I take it you can submit to the Commission in due course, but you've provided an advanced copy. It refers to a number of themes that were identified, leading among them a responsive post to Mr. Ostrovsky's evidence yesterday, with repetition of allegations of him being a crisis actor and false flag conspirator. Is that right?
Yes, which is precisely the evidence he gave.
Yes. And what other themes have you noticed just overnight in your analysis?
So I need to be very clear that this is preliminary analysis done overnight only, and I've said that this false flag conspiracy theory was prevalent. There was general commentary seeking to delegitimize the testimony. There were tropes regarding alleged dual loyalties and foreign agents in relation to several witnesses. There was also, again, direct anti-Semitic abuse, including slurs and dehumanizing language, generally directed both at the witnesses and Jewish people generally. More anti-Semitic images and memes, more Holocaust denial, and more conspiracy theories.
Can I take you back to the annexure to your statement that we've been looking at? One of the other themes that you mentioned in paragraph 64 was repetition of historical anti-Semitic tropes.
Yes.
What did you observe about that?
So we see in the online space a sort of merge and amalgamation of different types of anti-Semitism, some more modern, some more traditional. And in this particular theme, what we're referring to are traditional anti-Semitic tropes around Jewish control, particularly Jewish control of the banks, the media, and the government.
Another of the themes that you've addressed is use of the term Zionist in posts abusing or targeting witnesses. What have you recorded in summary about that?
Yes, so I should be clear in saying that in the examples that we included in the annexure, use of the term Zionist was only included where it was clearly abusive or intended to be a slur, not where it was fair and legitimate criticism of Israeli government policy. And I think the examples are relatively clear in setting that out. Often the word Zionist came with additional abusive terms. So, for example, Zionist scum, Zionist parasite, Zionazi, Zionist rat, and so on. And then, as we've seen already, often calls for violence against Zionists or expulsion of Zionists.
One of the features that we've already seen in the evidence about anti-Semitism on social media is the use of coded language, and your analysis found many examples of that you've recorded in paragraph 72 and set out in the spreadsheet. Could you explain some of those common code words that you've identified in this report?
Yeah, some of the most common ones are the use of a juice box emoji or juice to refer to Jews. You've heard that evidence here before. There's deliberate misspelling. So, for example, the word Jew or Jews as Joos as opposed to the correct spelling. The replacement of certain letters with numbers or symbols. So, for example, Zios with a 0 rather than an O. There are several others, but I think...
Yes.
You get the picture.
Yeah. Now, so some of the social media content has included images and videos. Is that right?
Yes.
And that often has picked up anti-Semitic stereotypes, including, as you say in paragraph 74, blood libel references and hook-nosed caricatures.
Yes.
You've provided some examples. Can I just bring up on the screen a couple of them? So stat.899.0001.0396_R at 0015. This is a digitally generated image with Ms. Siegel's face in a setting that I'll perhaps allow you to describe.
I mean, yeah, it's a digitally generated image of the special envoy depicted as a witch holding a sort of orb with the Star of David in there that says unlimited power. Again, alleging this traditional trope of Jewish control over government and institutions.
The second example, can I call up page 0016? This is affecting. This is a response that, as you'll see, is particularly personal to you. Could you describe this?
Yes, so this was a post made actually by yesterday's witness, Arsen Ostrovsky, on his X account in relation to evidence that I gave last time I was here at the Commission. It attracted a large number of anti-Semitic and abusive comments beneath it, including this one, which was a comment that said Jews love victimhood, with this digital image of a sort of traditional Jewish man with a very long hook nose and a vial of blood going into his arm. Again, and it draws on those tropes of blood libel.
And the third example, page 0017. And this was in responsive to Deborah Conway's evidence.
Yes.
And images were reproduced in your statement.
Yeah.
You've referred in paragraph 81 of your statement to comment sections providing a significant source of abuse directed at witnesses, but also that there's a Facebook page with a post about Alex Rivchin as one example that received over 3,100 comments.
That's one example, yes.
Yeah. And another is a post about Deborah Conway that you refer to that received over 800 comments. So we're
Yes.
talking very large numbers of comments that you've reviewed.
Yes.
Now, the next part of your statement deals with platform action in response to matters being brought to their attention. Could you please describe what the Door Foundation has done about that and what the response has been?
I want to start by saying that the vast majority of posts that we've gone through and that are included in that annexure still remain online today. Our team went through an exercise of reporting every single post that is in that annexure. So part of the reason that the annexure contains only 275 examples and not the much larger data set is that, as you can imagine, it is a painstaking exercise to report all of those to the platforms. But we've done that, and in some cases we've reported them more than once. The data set has also separately been shared with the E-Safety Commissioner, the AFP, and the community security groups, who are the point of contact with the state-based police forces. In general terms, very few comments, including many of the ones that we've just reviewed, have been removed by the platforms.
So can I just elicit a little more detail on that from you? If you go to paragraph 94 of your statement, there is, I think you record that there are 150 of the sample that were Facebook posts, and that as at the middle of June, 149 were still active.
Yes, the most updated numbers that I'm aware of is that of the 150 posts reported to Facebook, only 5 were removed. Yeah. Of the 150, we received notification from Facebook that they decided not to remove 143 of them. There are a couple pending and a small number removed.
In paragraph 102, you then record that exercise was also done for the posts on X, and yes. What were the numbers in that regard?
The numbers on X, again, this is a live exercise, as you can appreciate, but the numbers that I'm working with at the moment is that of the 99 posts that we reviewed on X, 80 are still active.
Right. And then you did the same thing for TikTok. There were a much lower number of those in your sample.
Yes.
What's the position with the TikTok?
There were only 4 examples of posts and comments on TikTok included in the annexure, and 3 of those were removed and 1 remains.
Yeah. And then finally, in terms of the platforms, paragraph 107, you record the process for YouTube. What's the conclusion there?
Yes, same process. As far as I'm aware, all 8 of the YouTube posts remain available. or at least did at the date of last checking.
Thank you.
On the can I just make one more comment?
Yes, of course.
Sorry, on
Yes,
on the removal, I mentioned earlier that some of the most severe posts were re-reported. Some were reported by more than one account, and for some of them, our team sought a review by the platform. So on Facebook, for example, once they return a decision saying that a post was not to be removed, you can request a review of that decision. There are examples set out in the statement of some of the comments that we did seek that review for and that were re-reported and remain online. And some of those include comments like "kill all Jews," reported multiple times and remains there. One that says he should try sniffing Zyklon B gas, re-reported, remains there.
Finally, can I just ask you to address briefly some material that you've set out in your statement about the analysis that the Door Foundation's carried out about the social media response to the announcement that I referred to earlier, which perhaps I could call up the announcement itself. It's stat.899.001.0392. So this was a joint announcement of the Special Envoy and APRA in relation to a shared commitment to eliminate anti-Semitism in the healthcare sector.
Yes.
And you, with the Door Foundation, have carried out that social media analysis. And what were your overall findings about the response to this announcement?
It was a preliminary assessment, and as in the case of our monitoring of responses to the targeting of witnesses, we looked at the key narratives and themes, and we identified, again, a barrage of online hate and anti-Semitic abuse on posts relating to this particular announcement.
And was that across various platforms, and what was the extent of it?
Yes, the annexure deals with several platforms. As you can see, it's set out there. Again, there's some examples set out in the annexure. They come from a much larger body of assessment. The primary platforms we looked at were Facebook and X again, but I'm not suggesting that they are the only vessels.
Do you have any other observations you would wish to make about, in general terms, about the use of social media by those who wish to post anti-Semitic or abusive comments?
I think both exercises referred to in the statement, the one targeting witnesses to this commission and the one targeting the joint announcement by APRA and ASECA, go to a particular theme, and that is that people and institutions seeking to respond effectively to anti-Semitism are themselves targeted and attacked with anti-Semitic abuse. It's somewhat ironic, but it's clear, and there are two examples set out in the statement, but it is something that we monitor and come across very, very frequently. The exercise that we undertook in relation to reporting these posts and comments to the platforms demonstrates a grossly inadequate response. It's clear that the platform response is entirely out of step with normal communal expectations of how people should treat one another. And I think it's fair to say that either the legislation or policies are not effective or are not being effectively enforced.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Yes.
Can I ask you this question? In Door Foundation's review of online abuse that's occurred as a result of this Royal Commission, have you observed there to be abuse of a comparable nature against non-Jewish people who have had a high publicity role in the Royal Commission including non-identifiable Jewish people in the council assisting team, or is it overwhelmingly directed at Jewish people?
I'm going to answer anecdotally because I don't have the body of evidence in front of me, but the abuse has been directed to people engaged or participating in the process. And so some of the witnesses who gave evidence were themselves not Jewish. That certainly didn't protect them from being targeted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I take it nothing arising from that. Ms. Blicblau, you are excused.
Thank you.
Although I suspect we may see you again.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to take a slightly shortened lunch break and return at 2:15. Yes, Mr. Sherman.
Commissioner, our next witness has been given the pseudonym ACH, if I could call
Yes.
him.
Sir, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
Thank you.
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Say aye.
Thank you.
So there's a non-publication direction over your name and you've been given the pseudonym ACH. Do you understand that?
I do.
And you've provided a statement to the Commission dated the 26th of June 2026, is that correct?
That's correct.
Commissioner, that statement bears the document identifier SDAT.8.0091.001_R.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. The statement will be marked as an exhibit. Yes.
And if I could tender the annexures as well, Commissioner. Now, so you work as a human rights lawyer, is that right?
That's right.
And you've been in legal practice for approximately 2 decades, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, without giving any identifying details, could you tell us a little bit about your late grandparents?
Yes, my late grandparents were both Holocaust survivors. They had a very close relationship with my sibling and I, and we spent a lot of time with them growing up, including at their home. They looked after us. They were both very active members in the Jewish community, volunteering at the Sydney Jewish Museum, and they contributed over between them 2 and 3 decades in terms of public education on the Holocaust to students, members of the public service, and beyond. And both of them were really recognised for their contributions in that area.
And what did they teach you about the Holocaust when you were growing up?
Well, for better or worse, we were immersed in discussion about the Holocaust from a very early age. There was a fairly unfiltered exchange. It's not uncommon in survived families. They tend to sort of bifurcate into 2 types. Those survivors who never spoke of their experiences, those who spoke incessantly or perhaps still do. That wasn't always true, but it was certainly true in my family and for my family dynamic. And to the extent that there is a different kind of dyadic relationship between a grandchild and a grandparent, they felt at ease in sharing stories of their experiences with us. And so that meant that the breakfast table, the lunch and dinner table tended to be dominated by discussion of the Holocaust. And so our acquisition of learnings from that multiplicity of events began early and seeded itself in our psyche from an adolescent age.
And what were those learnings, if you could focus on a few of the key ones?
Well, very difficult to articulate in a few words, and I would dare say it's taken me my entire life to fully unpack them. To some extent, hearing about the horrors and atrocities, one becomes somewhat acclimatized to them, if that's even possible. But later in life, I came to realise through my own study and research that the event was far more complicated than I had initially understood. There is a uniqueness to the event that we refer to as the Holocaust, in my opinion, in terms of the industrial killing of Jewish people, and that is well understood by Holocaust scholars. But there are also certain moral lessons that can be drawn from it, which can be applied in relation to other global events and other genocides, and have been for many decades. So I think I acquired an understanding relatively early about the importance of social justice, which is why I've dedicated my legal career to that pursuit, because I innately understood that every human being has dignity, and that notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazi regime to take that dignity away from my grandparents and their families, they failed. And that abiding sense of human dignity is, I think, something that drove me forward through my legal studies and into my early career.
Sir, just to give people a sense of the sorts of things that you learned at the breakfast table with your grandparents.
Yes.
Your maternal grandmother had survived both Auschwitz-Birkenau and Bergen-Belsen, amongst other places.
That's correct. Yes, she passed through other concentration camps as well, and so conversation and indeed televisual content tended to focus on her experiences in Auschwitz-Birkenau, including what it was like in the barracks, sleeping on top of other human beings, in the most abject circumstances and conditions. She didn't filter that information. It was shared freely with us, and so too my grandfather's stories of being in hiding or working with the resistance or having to conceal his identity and close calls with various officers, Nazi officers. Those stories flowed very freely, and so we learned early about the fact that life can be incredibly dangerous.
And you've followed in your grandparents' footsteps in the sense that you've also had leadership roles. Is that correct with respect to the community?
That's right.
And I won't go to the details of the speech, but you gave a speech recently in the context of a Holocaust Remembrance Day. Can you tell us a little about the themes that you addressed in that speech?
Yes. During that speech, I spoke about the tragically long history of persecution of Jewish people and named some of the key, we could call them milestones in that history of persecution, in order to demonstrate that our lived experience is not just in the present moment, but we carry with us certain ancestral pain as a result of being expelled, segregated, discriminated against, humanised and murdered in nearly every continent on the planet. Those things, I think, are carried at times rather heavily by Jewish people. I don't sit here and speak for anyone else, but in my own experience, talking to friends, colleagues, acquaintances and family members, people are generally aware of those things. So I touched on some of those themes, but I also touched on the incredible resilience of the Jewish community in enduring and not hardening despite those experiences, and their rather cyclical nature. And because of the timing of that speech, it was an opportunity for me to share equally some hope that we might be able to repair the damage that's already been done to our sense of social cohesion. But I was invoking the kind of embodied experience that we have and that we had at that time, and the sense of foreboding that we had just moving through the community.
Now, I want to turn and address an incident that's the subject of your statement. In order to do that, I understand that your grandmother passed away in 2024, is that correct?
That's right.
And as a result, you took on a role with respect to the administration of her estate, is that also right?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you had to do in that role was arrange for the sale of a house that she'd lived in almost the entire time that she'd been in Australia, is that correct as well?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little about what happened when you advertised the property for sale?
Yes. So, partly due to some of the unique architectural and interior design features of the house, it received slightly more attention than it ordinarily would have if it were a regular sale, because there was interest in its kind of, not quite heritage, but special features and a level of uniqueness in the area. And so there was an article that featured on realestate.com.au about the property, which was presenting some of those features to the public as a matter of interest and to try and generate interest in the sale. When that article went up, in the course of, I think, 3 days, various comments were made. Overwhelmingly, they were positive, but there were at least 3 that were that used anti-Semitic slurs or forms of racial hatred.
I might at this point just ask the operator to bring up a copy of the social media activity that was directed around the website. And I can indicate that with respect to this document, it will not be shown on the live stream, but will be visible in the hearing room. The document ID is STAT.8.919.0091.0003_R, and it's first annexure to your statement. Is this the social media post that was made with respect to your grandmother's house?
Yes, it is, and I should correct that I believe this post appeared on Facebook. There were other sites which were promoting the sale, but this particular post appeared on Facebook or on the Facebook page belonging to realestate.com.au.
And if I can direct your attention to the first comment, that's an example of one of the positive comments that you referred to.
That's right.
If I could go over to the next page, which ends in _0001. And some of these comments, I'll go to a few of them, are examples of the negative comment that you were referring to before, is that right?
That's right.
So the first comment is, yes, I'd occupy that, then I'd tear it down just like Palestine is being torn down by hypocritical Zionists. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's some commentary that is in effect calling out behaviour. Is that correct?
That's right.
And someone is indicating that the person who posted is a troll. Is that right?
That's right.
And what do you understand that term to mean?
The term troll?
Yes.
That their intention is to cause, hurt or harm, or to undermine the rather neutral intention of this post, which is to promote the sale of the house, to cause kind of dissension. I suppose troll may take many different forms in online environments. In this one, I think the person who used the term is trying to dismiss the importance or the significance of the person's comment, as if to say, you're not a serious person making this comment, you're just trying to cause trouble. But I can speak to how you received that particular comment.
Certainly. Would you care to speak to that comment's effect on you?
Yes. Well, the first thing I would say is that there's a shocking economy in the comments that we see in relation to this post. This particular comment establishes a kind of false equivalence between Zionists and the Israeli government, seeking to kind of collapse the difference between Jewish diaspora, Israelis, Israeli government, and people who identify as Zionist. And it, in my view, is attempting to sheet home collective responsibility for things happening in Gaza or in Palestine or in the Middle East more generally. And that is a fairly tried and tested strategy that no doubt other witnesses have spoken to. It was one that I think taps into a well-trodden trope, anti-Semitic trope, being that Jews have secret power or are secretly connected to some sort of global domination conspiracy. And that's the thing about anti-Semitism, is it fundamentally is a kind of composite conspiracy theory and a shapeshifter, and it changes over time. And here is its most contemporary incarnation.
And in terms of the positive comments, what reaction did you have on seeing those comments?
Well, we were understandably pleased that people were defending not just the House, but some element of decorum in online discussion, and that there were good, decent people who were willing to call out this racial hatred.
And if I could perhaps turn next to the page, the next page, ending in _0002, and direct your attention to the first comment, which is, heard she had a cool tattoo. First of all, in circumstances where your grandmother had recently passed, what effect did that comment have on you?
It was deeply upsetting and very confronting. For abundance of clarity, she survived Auschwitz-Birkenau, but she did not have a tattoo. And there are many reasons why some people who were inmates at Auschwitz didn't receive one, and possibly this is not the forum to go into that. But nevertheless, it was plainly a veiled reference to the tattoos that some survivors of Auschwitz received. And it's a deeply offensive comment.
And going down the page, there are some further comments of a positive nature that don't engage with the negative comment. Do you have any observations about those comments?
Well, only to say that perhaps some people chose to ignore the comment, or indeed it passed them by. It's very difficult to know. A Jewish person will be very acutely attuned to references to tattoos, especially when it's known that the subject of the post was a Holocaust survivor. But I can't speak to the average person will have joined those dots or made that connection.
Indeed. And turning over to the third page, ending in _0003, I direct your attention to the first comment, which reads, typical full stop Jew one word, playing the victim, try and cash in, burn the filthy Jew house down. What's your reaction to that comment, or what was your reaction at the time?
I dare say that this was the comment that rankled and that caused the most hurt of the comments that appear annexed to my statement. and this post. And that's because it touches on a number of well-known anti-Semitic tropes. In particular, I feel compelled to say that these comments are so depraved that they don't warrant close textual analysis, but for present purposes, I'm going to do that because I think it's important to tease out the work that it's doing. These might appear to be casual statements that someone's just rolled off on the keyboard, but actually, use of the word burn is a very loaded term for obvious reasons because of the Holocaust, but also because the history of burning Jews is much longer. I mean, that dates back to pogroms in London from 1189 and following in York at Clifford's Tower in 1190. So there's a long history of burning property and people in order to kill or cause harm, which I think the average Jewish person would be alive to. And then the use of the word filthy is also doing a lot of work here. This is touching on this kind of disease conspiracy, which again harks back to anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish language used during the bubonic plague in the 14th century, when accusations that Jews were poisoning wells or spreading disease were rampant. And those things have reappeared throughout history, including during COVID, and here they are again. So I would say this is an extremely compact comment, but the words that are used are very concerted in terms of the harm that they intend to cause. And that's certainly how I read them.
And with respect to the reference to victim, later in your evidence you give some evidence about a meme with a victim card.
Yes.
Could you comment on the use of victim in this context?
Yes, so in this particular context and in the other, what is common is an attempt to accuse Jewish people of invoking victim status in order to achieve some nefarious end or avoid moral responsibility, or manipulate. In this case, there's a plain connection to money because of the cash in, rather than what I think ordinary people would understand is that a person who came to Australia with nothing, built a business and had a family and contributed an enormous amount to the community over a lifetime of nearly 100 years is entitled to sell their house, and their family are entitled to sell their house at the end of that life. But instead, it's being connected to, trying to exploit, or that simple act is somehow immoral, and therefore my family are incited or directed to experience punishment. And the punishment here is to burn the house down. And that's also a noticeable feature of the language, is that it's an imperative. It's not, there can be no doubt about the intention, and that's what I found particularly affronting and confronting in reading that. The other reference that you make to the other part of my statement is, if you would like me to elaborate on that, I can.
Certainly.
That is to a meme that has circulated, which I saw on Facebook, which is a victim card, features a Star of David, and I think this particular meme is working at least 3 or 4 layers. The first is that, again, invoking the idea of Jewish victimhood that it has expired, and it's targeting Jewish people, not Israel, but Jewish people, because it's using a Star of David, which is a symbol universally used by Jewish people. It's linking again to the tropes about money because of the play on MasterCard with Matzah card. And then it's deriding a Jewish tradition, being the consuming of and the baking of matzah during Passover. This particular meme was circulating during Passover. That's when I saw it. And then it is attempting to deny in that package, or within those layers, attempting to deny the long history of persecution and loss and murderous violence that Jewish people have experienced. So what's deeply offensive about that, at least for me and arguably for my family, is that we know all too well that the experiences that our family, as a survivor family, have gone through and our grandparents went through, they aren't necessarily completely in the past. And what I mean by that is that the knot of trauma is something that is worked through by subsequent generations. This is well understood in literature about intergenerational trauma. And so the children and grandchildren of survivors, they live in the kind of, in the wake or the aftermath of the events, but the impact of those events we continue to work through in a psychological sense in our life. So to say that and that's not to over-identify with being victims, because I think it is possible to hold space both for being able to grieve, having space to experience what is unspeakable loss, and also turn and look forward and acknowledge that we are not defined by a history of attempts to annihilate us. We are in fact so much more than that, and we can experience grief about those events, whether they are more recent or in our deeper history, and we can also be proud Jewish Australians. And so this focus on victimhood in both comments and the meme itself is erasive in a way. It's trying to deny that history and dismiss it.
Just coming back to the real estate posting, do I take that's the house that you remember spending time when you were growing up as a child in?
That's right.
And the reference to hypocritical Zionists, the only thing known about the family who had lived in that house was that they were Holocaust survivors.
That's right. Thank you for prompting me, because it was remiss of me not to say that neither of my grandparents ever spoke about Zionism publicly. Neither of them, as far as I understand, identified publicly as Zionists. And there are clearly assumptions being made about the nature of my family and our politics or our affiliations in making those comments.
Thank you. And I won't go to the meme, but just for the benefit of the transcript, that bears the identifier sub.5000.0001.565 for future reference. Now, in terms of the response to the comments that you observed on the social media post, I understand that you reported the comments to the real estate agent. Is that correct?
That's right.
And as a result, there was no report to Facebook from you. Is that correct?
That's right. It was removed fairly swiftly, and we therefore didn't think that it was needed.
Thank you. And for similar reasons, there were no reports to the police or other authorities. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, your evidence addresses a second incident that occurred in September 2025. When a person posted on LinkedIn to contacts in their network seeking names for Australian voices who were open to debate and non-dogmatic. Do you recall giving that evidence?
I do.
and you were tagged in that post. Could you describe what happened after you were tagged in that post?
Yes. Soon after that post went up, people began naming or tagging people that they knew, who they considered to be to fit the bill, to be open-minded, non-dogmatic, thoughtful, respectful interlocutors or members of society. And there was a particular comment that was made by a particular person which sought to present another perspective.
Is this the comment at 16 of your statement that you're referring to?
Yes, that's right.
And what are your reflections on that comment?
Well, my reflections are that it is akin to a kind of blood libel. That this is falsely accusing Jews of having genocidal intentions towards Palestinian people, and is therefore a way to demonise Jewish Australians. I mean, this, again, has a deep history, this kind of accusation, going back to about the 12th century. It's historically used to justify anti-Jewish violence, especially during the Middle Ages, and this is the kind of commentary that we've seen disseminated quite rampantly.
Just for those following us on the live stream, can you read the comment?
Yes. It says, given how several of them loudly support Israel and its genocide, I'm not sure how they fit any filter of, quote, left-wing, end quote. Since when has brutal racism been leftist? Question mark.
And that was tagged after your name was suggested.
Yes.
As a person who might answer the description of someone open to a non-dogmatic debate.
That's right, Commissioner.
Thank you. And in response, you notified the LinkedIn user who'd made the initial post. Is that correct, or the subsequent comment?
That's right.
Yes, but which of those two was it? The?
Oh, sorry. I notified the person who made the post.
Yes.
And I asked if it would be possible for her to delete the comments, because, to be honest, I wasn't sure whether that was something she was able to do. By that point, no doubt, many people had already seen those comments, but she was able to remove them.
And for that reason, there was no further action taken with respect to reporting it to LinkedIn or authorities. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, in your statement, you provide some reflections on the effect of these two incidents and the issues that they point to in light of your extensive experience as a human rights lawyer. Would you care to share some of those insights with the Commission, directing you to paragraph 20 in particular?
Yes. I was struck by how brazen people were in making comments of this nature on digital platforms. Regardless of platform, it didn't seem to matter, as my statement suggests. These things were happening in multiple spheres. LinkedIn is known as a very professional sphere where you ordinarily encounter a far more decorous and civil kind of discussion. That thin veneer was completely peeled back in this case with regards to comments at paragraph 16 of my statement. And so I was really struck by how brazen people were prepared to be, and the seeming impunity with which they made comments. It seemed to me that people were not concerned about their professional reputation, let alone whether they were contravening racial vilification laws or defamation laws. And it also seemed to me that it was incumbent on the users, whether it be the person posting or others, to moderate and that the social media platforms simply don't have the resources or capacity or will or some combination of all three to attend to this kind of rhetoric. Granted, there's a lag time. It ordinarily requires a person to report that there is a comment and you wait. Well, in this instance, when several people's reputations were at stake and there is potential for meaningful harm as a result of the comments, it was obvious that we couldn't allow for that lag time. We needed to act as swiftly as possible, and so that was the most practical thing to do. And that demonstrates that it is difficult for ordinary Australians to monitor or remedy these things. Had it not been for me being a relatively frequent user of LinkedIn, I may not have seen those comments, and others who don't use it as frequently might not have seen them, and they could have stood and continued to do harm in multiple ways. And that suggests to me that the system is not quite working in the way that it could to protect people from these kinds of incidents.
And in your evidence, you also provide some observation about your own loss of social connection since the war in Gaza began. Could you speak to some of those observations?
Yes. I should say that we have received levels of support from friends, including non-Jewish friends, throughout the course of the last 3 years, and that's been very welcome. But I suppose there was also a sense that some people in our networks didn't understand what was going on or weren't paying attention to it. Now that is in some respects understandable because a lot of people don't have much bandwidth for the news, let alone news of things that are incredibly difficult. But my family and I at times felt somewhat isolated, wondering whether, in particular, non-Jewish friends understood the impact of the climate on us, understood the impact of particular incidents on us, and the sense that one might need to look over one's shoulder when going to an event, questioning whether I should even attend a particular event, wondering whether to express one's Jewish identity in proud defiance or rather conceal it out of risk aversion and fear of safety. That I have wrestled with that over the last few years, and I know I'm not alone in that regard, and I've had many conversations with my family about those things as well. And so there's a certain degree of the world feeling like it's sort of shrinking in because you're not sure what spaces are safe, you're not sure whether a person you talk to is going to receive you with the mutual respect and compassion that you hope for. And that, unsurprisingly, has a somewhat fracturing effect on one's social relationships.
Do you think the intergenerational trauma that you spoke of earlier makes you more sensitive to questions of whether a place will be a safe venue for you to go if you're identifiably Jewish?
I think that is a reasonable conclusion to draw. Certainly there is research about intergenerational trauma that talks about the descendants of survivors having arguably heightened fight or flight responses to other traumatic events. But it's important to draw a distinction there, I think. Mm-hmm. One being between attending an ordinary event, which is in a climate in which there isn't trauma, and attending something where it is expressly a Jewish event and there might be a traumatic incident in the news, in one's backyard. I mean, we know there have been multiple incidents in the course of the last 3 years in Australian cities, and so you're carrying those things. You're making an assessment at all times. Arguably, as a descendant, maybe I could say I'm built for it.
Your antenna are up there.
Yes.
And just one final question from my perspective. I think in your evidence, to the point that you were just making, you speak about both the psychological and physiological changes in your behaviours that have occurred as a result of the events that we've been discussing, including October 7. Could you provide us with a little bit of information about how you perceive those events that have affected you in those ways?
Yes, I noticed myself at times, at particular events, becoming more hypervigilant than I would ordinarily be. For example, assessing the people around me, looking for where entry and exit points were, trying to discern whether a person was a member of the community, safe person, what their intentions were, those kinds of things. Those have manifested on at least a few occasions since, I dare say, October 7, and possibly heightened since the Bondi terror attack. And I try to keep them in check. To some degree, I think they're quite rational.
Amongst your friends in the legal profession, who I take include other human rights lawyers, have you felt since October the 7th any degree of being distanced from those people?
Not among other human rights lawyers. There is certainly a healthy proportion of Jewish human rights lawyers with which I'm connected, and we've been a source of comfort to each other. I haven't felt any collegiate distance, although I have noticed some colleagues who may have stopped talking to me in the corridor in the way that they used to, and it's hard not to notice those things. But on the whole, I would say that the corner of the legal world that I work in has been incredibly supportive and compassionate.
Thank you, Witness ACH. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Bender.
Just one question, please, Commissioner.
Yes.
I'm here for 7 of the mainstream Jewish community bodies, including the Executive Council of Australian Jury. Can I clarify one thing? You mentioned in your evidence that at times your adulthood was dominated by conversations about your grandparents' experience in the Holocaust at the breakfast and lunch tables. Did many of those conversations happen in the house? Was the subject of the realestate.com post?
Almost all of them.
Thank you.
I take it nothing rising, Mr. Sherman.
No, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, the next witness is Dr. Matteo Vergani.
Yes.
I call him.
So, do you wish to take an oath or make an affirmation?
Make an affirmation.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Please state your full name.
Matteo Vergani.
Dr. Vergani, you're based at Deakin University.
I am.
You've provided a statement and some associated reports. Your statement as the identifier STAT.899.0780001. Does that statement and its attachments reflect opinions you hold?
Yes, absolutely.
Commissioner, I tender the statement and annexes.
Yes, the statement and annexes will be received as exhibits.
Dr. Vergani, can I ask you just about your experience and professional background? You've attached CV to your statement, which is the first annexure, but presently you're an associate professor in sociology at Deakin University.
I am, yeah.
You have, and to ask in a little more detail, your undergraduate degrees and your first PhD you undertook at the Catholic University of Milan.
Yep.
What was the doctorate subject matter?
It was in sociology and methodology of social research.
And then subsequently in 2016 you completed a second PhD at Monash University.
Yep.
And what was the subject matter of that doctorate?
It was in political psychology focusing on terrorism.
You have a research specialisation in radicalisation and hate crime, with a focus, you say in your report, on the systemic consolidation of knowledge in hate and extremism studies through large-scale systematic reviews.
Yep.
You are a founder and co-director of the Tackling Hate Lab, which is a research hub operating out of Deakin University.
That's correct.
Can I ask you to describe the Tackling Hate Lab and why it was set up and what it functions as?
Yeah. Thanks. Yes, look, it's a research group combining engineers, data scientists, let's say experts in econometrics and statistics, with psychologists and social scientists. And the aim is to really understand online hate and the scale of what is happening online using big data and computational methods. So instead of looking at individual items, we look at millions of social media posts, and we use AI models to understand them.
And the AI model is developed at the Tackling Hate Lab, is that right?
It depends. We use open source ones, and we use existing models developed by others, as well as our bespoke models.
Okay, I'll ask you some more about that in a moment. Just on your experience, your current activities since 2024, you have also led Deakin University's involvement in the Australian Internet Observatory.
Correct.
Could you explain what that organisation does?
So that is a Australian Research Data Commons project that aims to build an infrastructure for researchers in social sciences, humanities, and indigenous research to use, say, computational methods, including AI, and to conduct data analysis on large-scale data sets for social research and psychological research.
Does it function along much the same lines as the Tackling Hate Lab? Or what are the respective roles of those organisations?
No, it's different because the Australian Internet Observatory aims to build tools that researchers can use independently. For example, the main one is it's called data donation packages. So it's a tool that will allow participants to upload their own data, which will be studied by researchers, while in Tackling Hate Lab we have specific expertise in studying hate and terrorism, and we conduct research building our own AI tools and models.
I see. You are also convener of the Southeast Asian Network of Civil Society Organisations working against violent extremism. Could you also please describe what that body does and its origins and functions now?
Absolutely. It's a project that has been funded since 2015, which I co-lead with Professor Greg Barton. It's funded by the Department of Home Affairs, and basically train and support civil society organizations mainly in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines, to improve their abilities to mitigate and prevent violent extremism in the region.
Apart from those organisations you've described, you're also a member of a number of advisory groups and standards groups. You are a current member of Meta Australia's Combating Hate Speech Advisory Group, is that right?
Yep.
Sure. And of the Australian Human Rights Commission's Media Standards and Regulations Project Group.
Yep.
Among other roles. Can I take you back to the Tackling Hate Lab's work? It's not limited to any one particular category of online hate, is that right?
Correct.
So you've attached to your report, to your statement, one report of anti-Jewish online hate and another report of anti-Muslim online hate. Are they the two main areas of investigation from the hub?
No, we have also made a submission to the Federal Inquiry into First Nations hate, and we are publishing next week a report on anti-First Nations hate during the Voice and during 2025. And we have published a report on hate targeting diverse genders during 2023 when Posey Parker came to Australia for a speaking tour, and we are preparing other works on hate targeting diverse sexualities, women. So absolutely, we look at the whole spectrum of hate. Yeah.
Now, two of the reports attached to your statement, as I've mentioned, set out your findings about anti-Jewish hate online and anti-Muslim hate online, and each describes, as you referred to it, a big data approach to analysis of online content. For those who don't have the technical background to immediately understand what that means, can you describe big data analytics in the way that you apply it?
Absolutely. Look, we look at millions of social media posts. So in these two reports, we consider 2 million, a bit more, posts, which means a volume that cannot be analyzed by individual human beings. And actually you can, but it would take, 15 years to do it. So we use and we develop AI models to help us categorize content, and we teach the AI to tell us if the content is hateful or non-hateful, and we use also existing AI tools to do that.
Now, you have referred in your statement to the lab undertaking this pioneering work by combining the AI methods that you've described with community-led classified development and subject matter expertise. So what does that mean?
So this is one of the tools we used to classify hate. So we know that there is a discussion about how to define anti-Jewish and anti-Muslim hate. So for this reason, we use existing tools as well as we developed our own tools through various projects. One of these approaches consisted in selecting members of community organizations who labeled content for us. And that means that I personally trained them, explaining what we were looking for, what is hate. And then we did a training which I gave them 100 social media contents per week. 4 people annotated independently, labeled them, saying this is hateful, not hateful, through a platform that we used to do it. And then we look at inter-rater reliability. So basically we look at agreement. So we continued to do this until the 4 annotators reached the 80% agreement. And then we started labeling content. So we asked each group to label around 4,000 contents, of which about 1,000 at least hateful and the rest non-hateful. And we used this data to train a specific AI model that was able to replicate decisions of community members in large scale, in millions of social media posts.
I might take you to one of the reports attached to your statement, just to go into a little more detail about the process that you use. This your second attachment on anti-Jewish hate. It's STAT.899.0078.0032. It might just take a moment to come up, Dr. Vergani. Oh no, there it is. Thank you. And if we could go to, I think it's, yes, it's precisely the page I was after. I'm not controlling it by ESP.
Apologies for the language.
So, Dr. Vergani, this is part of your report where the bit I wanted to take you to was the examples box. The AI model is trained to recognise particular types of anti-Jewish hate, is that right?
So when we talk about what I explained, so content annotated by community annotators,
Yes.
it's only the last 2, new antisemitism and old antisemitism.
Yeah,
The other ones are existing machine learning tools that I explained. They're called the Perspective API, and we combine them with another larger language model to identify the target. Yeah.
The system in its final form as it's applied to the analysis of online content includes both the, as it were, the preloaded categories and the community-led categories. And the that all right, and then if I can take you back to the executive summary of your of this report on its third page, page 20, at the bottom of the page. And just above the key findings section, there's a section in the executive summary that gives a summary of the data sets that underpin the analysis that you've set out in this report.
Yep.
So this particular report is over 1 million posts from X over a 5-year period in relation to the Israel-Gaza conflict.
Correct.
And then there's a separate data set in respect of about 173,000 posts on X in a 2-month period following the Adass Israel synagogue attack in Melbourne.
Correct.
And as you've indicated in your report, part of your analysis with your co-authors is an examination of the connection or association between online content and real-world incidents, isn't it? So could you explain the reasoning behind including that kind of analysis in your reporting?
Absolutely. We wanted to understand if there is a relationship between what happens online, on X, of course, where we have the data. And let me tell you why we selected X. Well, for 2 reasons. One, because we can get the data legally, because we can purchase that from X.
And second, because X provide geolocation metadata. So we know that each and every post included here was written by someone in Australia.
Yes.
This is very important. And then we looked at incidents to try to understand the relationship between what happens online and offline. And for the incidents, we went through open source data. So this is a very common methodology in criminology and in other disciplines. Bless you. So we basically went through all the incidents categorized by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry Antisemitism report. We performed searches in Australian media outlets using a range of search engines, and then we cross-checked and coded independently only with the open source data all the information, and we created a new data set of incidents that we identified as targeting Jews in Australia.
Now, could I ask you to address the key findings of this particular report, and they are set out in this executive summary, so it might be most efficiently done by reference to that. The first key finding you refer to in the first paragraph, a sharp, persistent increase in hostility targeting Jews after 7 October 2023. Could you explain why you describe that as a significant structural shift?
Well, we think it's interesting because regardless of the methodology used to label hate, so we used existing tools, as I said, we created bespoke tools, we found the same trend, or a very similar trend, which is basically within this type of discussions on X, so this is a data set, we found very low baseline rate of hateful content targeting Jews, Israel, Zionists, perceived as community by community annotators, all measures before October 7. After October 7, there was a noticeable significant increase. Now it varies. So depending on the measure used, the spike, the volume varies, of course, but the trend remains the same. Spike, and then the baseline remains elevated for really as long as we measured. So certainly more in the first year, but you can see in the figures it remains elevated until March 2026, which is when we stopped collecting data.
I might just bring up, or ask the operator to bring up one or two of the tables that you've included in the report. So this is on stamp page 2028, and it's the table at the top of the page, which is described as the 7-day rolling mean in respect of new anti-Semitism. And just so we don't have to jump back to it on the screen, but anti-Semitism from your list of examples was the example given was Israel was founded on terrorism and ethnic cleansing, #destroy Israel, observations of that character. So this shows quite dramatically the spike at October 2023, and then you referred to the structural change in online hate in this sample from pre-October 2023, a fairly consistent low baseline with no significant spikes, to quite a different character since then. And how do you analyse that?
Yeah, look, it's so certainly the event on October 7 changed the discourse and the discussions in our data set. Certainly, October 7 is not the only trigger event. What happened in Gaza was a constant trigger for subsequent waves.
So it's like looking at a prolonged trigger event that continues over time. But clearly there are noticeable spikes. So we put another vertical line when the Bondi attacks happened, so you can see there is a spike also there.
Yeah. Can you just explain the daily count in the vertical axis? What does that specifically refer to?
It refers to the sum of tweets containing hate, in this case new antisemitism, by day.
Yes. And then if we can go to the page previous to this page, please, page 27 of the printed report. There's the equivalent graph for online content defined as old anti-Semitism. And what would you draw from that?
On a smaller scale, we see basically the same trend.
Yes. Now, can we return, please, to the executive summary, page 20? And well, that's coming up. You've included a series of tables and graphs showing the spikes for other categories, of example of online hate of an anti-Jewish character, and as you observed, they reflect a generally consistent picture of massive increase, then spikes, but an elevated baseline ever since. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. The second key finding that you and your co-authors have set out in the executive summary addresses the relationship between online anti-Jewish hate and real-world incidents targeting Jewish communities in Australia. What was your finding on that topic?
So our finding was quite clear in terms of statistical significance, and shows that online language, so online hate, is triggered by offline incidents. And we think this is because, especially because of the way we constructed our data set of offline incidents from media, looking at media outlets. So we looked at kind of serious incidents that were discussed in the media, circulated on social media. So that visibility gave a platform and an opportunity to haters to show and display their ideas. So this is the relationship mechanism that we see. And this is also what explains the elevated baseline, we think, because those type of local incidents, so the triggers were not just what happened overseas, but also local incidents which were, let's say, reinforcing this spiral of hate.
You've made the observation in the executive summary that the analysis shows that the online and offline spheres have become more tightly interconnected since October 2023. What is that characteristic?
Well, it means that we didn't see that relationship before October 7 in the data, that statistically significant relationship between offline incidents and online language, but we saw it clearly after October 7.
And how, in your opinion, is that relevant to questions of digital platform governance and the like? I mean, how is that information useful to apply?
Well, I think it's useful because it gives us intervention points. So we know when to expect spikes of hate. We know when it's important to act before it happens, because we know that consistently, when something happens, then you are going to see specific type of harmful language online. So you know exactly when to intervene.
The third of the topics in the key findings section of your report refers to the relationship between anti-Jewish conspiracy theories and online hate. Can you provide a summary of what you found in that regard?
So this is a kind of more sophisticated design that allowed us to establish causality. So we selected the case of the Hadass incident, synagogue incident, and we identified a prominent conspiracy theory online at that time, at least in our dataset, that was basically suggesting that Jews self-inflicted the attack. So we, with a large language model, classified tweets containing that conspiracy theory. And we identified users promoting that idea. Then we identified a small sample of those users, randomly extracted, about 60, and we matched one by one users who did not spread that conspiracy theory, but showed very similar level of online hate and general activity before the Hadass synagogue attack. So we matched one by one the 60-ish users with the ones who spread the conspiracy theory. And then we studied online activity of both groups. So let's say in the group spreading the conspiracy theory, we had a user who had a strongly intense anti-Jewish language before the Hadass event, and we had a person who had the same level of anti-Jewish language who did not engage with the conspiracy theory. Okay? We studied 1 year before activity and 1 year after the Hadass attack of activity. And we found, by comparing them with the comparison group, that users who engaged with that theory displayed 10.6 percentage points more in anti-Jewish posting and 3.5 percentage points of toxicity against Jews compared with matched controls. So that tells us basically that engaging with that conspiracy theory, in all likelihood, contributed to change the behavior and the attitudes of the people who engaged with it compared with people who didn't, very similar people who didn't, and made them more hateful. Which has a very interesting let's say, implication, which is that clearly saying that Jews self-inflicted the attack may not breach any legal regulation, but it still contributes to create harmful discussions after.
Yes.
You know, so this is the implication. So we know that potentially to prevent hate language, or of course not in its totality, but to mitigate, say, hateful language in the future, we can target certain types of conspiracy theories as a preventative intervention.
The materials that you've prepared also involve, as you address in paragraph 16 of your statement, a distinct report dated the 1st March 2026, the Tackling Hate Lab published, called From Injury to False Flag, which was a structure analysis of Mr. Ostrovsky's injury and what happened to him on social media in the short period after 14 December. You've attached to your statement that report. If we can bring up, that would be fabulous, but otherwise I can address just some questions to you. Here we have now. Now that has on its on the front page of the report the image that has been tendered in evidence and addressed by Mr. Ostrovsky yesterday of the artificially generated image of him being made up with red blood or red paint or like giving the impression that he was not truly injured. Your work with the analysis of the online content response to this, could you describe firstly what platform you examined on and the methodology that you applied to gather information about it?
Absolutely. So we looked at Telegram, and we identified basically accounts and posts using keywords that were mentioning Arsen Ostrowski with a range of keywords. So containing hashtags containing his name or just words containing his name.
You collected data over the first 72 hours after the Bondi attack?
That's correct, because we were interested in understanding the formation of a conspiracy theory, whether it is, let's say, promoted top-down and by someone and then users adopted, or whether it's the other way around and users start discussing a conspiratorial, well, initially some insinuations and then a conspiratorial content, and then AI images and deep fakes, let's say, confirm and reinforce those ideas. And we find it's the second one. I'll spoil it.
Yes.
Yes.
And so just to give a little more detail to that, on page 71 of the document in the bottom right printed numbering, you've produced in this report table 1, and can I just ask you to address that? So that, as the description of the table indicates, it's the top 5 Telegram posts ranked by views and forwards within 72 hours of the Bondi attack, and it starts with the original reporting on 14 December 2025 at just before 10 p.m. A factual report of injury.
Absolutely. This is how discussions about Arsen Ostrowski start.
Yeah.
Say a factual discussion of a news item.
Yeah.
And those are the most views items in the dataset.
Yes. And so you've got a number of views recorded here for each of the various posts. Then just after midnight, early morning of the 15th of December, it changes, the content changes. Can you describe?
Well, some users start to question what they see. So they don't produce any deepfake yet, they don't produce any alternative evidence or provide any direct accusation, but they start framing the whole incident as something of, unsure. So they call him the selfie man, or they use sarcasm. So it's no explicit false flag accusation, but still they start with sarcasm.
Yeah. And that was some 2 hours after the
Correct.
first post. And then by the early afternoon of the 15th, could you explain what had happened online?
Correct. So 18 hours after the first factual report, we start seeing references to false flags and crisis actors, which is, I'm sure you're familiar with it. They basically suggest that the whole attack was staged and Arsen Ostrowski was an actor. Still in text, no images, but still this is the narrative emerging in some posts.
The next entry, should the date in the date and time column be the 15th of December?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's a typo. Thanks.
And what had happened by the night time of 15th of December?
Absolutely. So they start focusing on the image, saying, I don't trust this image must be fake, there's something wrong in the image itself. So that's what so the narrative from text shifts to the image.
And then by mid the next morning, the 16th of December,
we find exactly the first deepfake in our dataset, though, because then we did other research. So this is not a comprehensive overview of all the items and social media posts containing a reference to Arsene Ostrovsky. It's certainly a snapshot. Within the snapshot, this is where the deepfake appears.
Yes. Right. And the number of views declines somewhat over the 72-hour period, but nevertheless is a material number, even at the end.
It is, absolutely. So clearly, conspiratorial content is shared by a minority of users. Still on Telegram, this minority is quite large. As you can see, 32,000 people is still quite a lot of people out of the small sample we have.
And your conclusion in this report is over the next page, page 72, where you've identified from this analysis what you've described as a layered progression. Can you just step through this for the Commissioner, please?
Absolutely. So basically, we don't find, as some people suggested, that the deepfake was promoted or, let's say, shared by someone trying to drive or change the conversation. So it wasn't a intervention coming from outside discussions. Actually, it was really organic, an organic narrative arc in which discussions in this specific platform, which is Telegram, and again, I repeat, it's, as we know, there is a high proportion of users who have conspiratorial and extremist and fringe ideas in this platform. It doesn't represent what we find in mainstream platforms, but in this context, people start organically questioning the evidence, the factual reporting, and then they use archetypes like the crisis actors to try to make sense, produce this new knowledge about the Bondi attacks, and then the deepfake arrives kind of confirming ideas that were already existing.
Thank you. Can I ask also about the other report that you attached to your statement, which is Tackling Hate Lab's report into the rise of anti-Muslim hate in Australia. It was developed using a similar big data approach to the one you've just described earlier?
Very.
Yes. And I think for that report you examined 1.3 million online posts or thereabouts between January 2023 and January 2026.
That's correct. Yes. In fact, we cannot really compare the two reports because they are based on different data sets.
Different data sets?
Yeah.
Was the anti-Muslim hate data set Australian-based posters, or was that?
Yes, but it captured different conversations because what we did was to retrieve data based on keywords and search terms that captured conversations likely to contain anti-Muslim hate in the anti-Muslim hate report and anti-Jewish hate in the anti-Jewish hate report.
Yes.
So it's different conversations.
Nevertheless, it seems from the report's key findings that the structural shift that you've referred to in respect of anti-Jewish hate was found consistently in respect of anti-Muslim hate.
Very similar trend.
Yeah. And the structural change occurring after October 2023.
That's correct, with the difference that Bondi was a small spike in the anti-Jewish hate context,
Yes.
but it represented a huge spike in volume of anti-Muslim hate in the anti-Muslim hate report.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in the report examining anti-Muslim hate online, were your findings consistent or inconsistent in respect of the demonstrable link or connection between offline events, real-world events, and what occurred online?
Very consistent, exactly the same.
And the third of the key findings you've referred to in your report on anti-Muslim hate was that online anti-Muslim hate had morphed from fragmented users into organised hierarchical webs. Could you explain that for the Commission?
Yeah, it's basically technical language derived from social network analysis, but it's a finding that exists in many studies in this field, and we found it in across different contexts. So hate is usually driven, or the majority of it, by small networks, clusters of users who interact with each other and who have a lot of visibility. So this is what we find. So after October 7, well, actually, let's say before October 7, to say the full story, these people existed, spread hate. No one really was sharing, liking. They were not popular, but they existed. They already formed discussions. After October 7, they still continued. They had massive visibility because of the influx of people interested in their content. So this has important implications for prevention, because trying to address individual posts containing hate is like emptying the sea with a spoon, because there are too many, really. So the only way to have a cost-effective intervention is to identify the clusters, small, really. We're talking about 100 people in a data set containing hundreds or tens of thousands of users. So if we can identify these 100 people, we can act and intervene and mitigate the majority of hate circulating in the system. So that's the implication.
Is it right that your analysis has taken a step for the purpose of your reporting, been able to identify these organised hierarchical webs that you've described?
We do. We have a very strict ethics approval by our university, so we cannot release the names of the individual users. We do, yeah.
Dr. Vergani, I don't think I have any further questions, but do you have any further observations you would like to make about the work of the lab tackling anti-Jewish and anti-Muslim hate online?
Look, just one sentence to say that I think it's a great opportunity for us to start monitoring online hate with a stable infrastructure, because if we understand how hate spreads, we can really intervene in the most effective and cost-effective way without having to use censorship or other hard and draconian interventions, but we can use other and softer intervention or preventative interventions, but focusing on the right groups of users. And by doing that, we can really make a difference without investing too much resources, and most importantly, without risking to censor a high portion of users.
Do you have a particular structure or organisation in mind in that respect? I mean, is there a practical way of doing that in your view?
well, we need to find out and figure out what would be the best structure. There is certainly expertise in Australia to do this, for sure.
Next question. No further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Vergani, you're excused.
Commissioner, the next witness is Theresa Rajah, who will appear
Yes.
via ABL.
Yes. Yes. Dr. Rajah, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
No, thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ms. Rajah, have you provided a report to the Commission dated the 24th of June 2026?
That's correct.
Commissioner, that report bears the document ID EWR 5990001.001.
Yes.
If I could tender the report and also its annexures and a bundle of materials referred to in the report.
Yes, well, the report will be received as an exhibit together with the annexes to it.
Ms. Rajah, can I ask you first some questions about your professional background? You're currently the Director of Online Violence Prevention at Moonshot, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Moonshot is a entity that does work with respect to what might be termed violent extremism online, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your role as a director of an organisation, you work in close partnership with governments in Australia, Canada, New Zealand and the United Kingdom, is that right?
That's right.
And that work has involved advising senior government officials across Five Eyes jurisdictions on online harms policy and program strategy, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's also correct that Moonshot as an entity works with social media platforms themselves, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Over the course of the company's history, yes.
For example, it's worked with both Meta and Google, is that correct?
That's right.
And this report that you've provided the Commission was co-authored with a colleague of yours, Vidya Ramalingam, is that right?
That's right.
Now, could you start by just telling us a little bit about Moonshot and its work?
Absolutely. And just to clarify, Vidya Ramalingam is the CEO of Moonshot, who I co-wrote the report with.
Excellent.
In terms of Moonshot's background, so Moonshot was founded in 2015 and established to bridge the gap between offline violence prevention lessons and online environments where radicalization was increasingly occurring around that timeline. The organization's grown since then, and so we have 4 offices, and the teams are made up of engineers, clinical psychologists, social workers, data scientists, and threat assessors. And so we deliver work across different practices that relate to intelligence, safety, online violence prevention being one of them, which is the portfolio that I look after. And we work with the Five Eyes governments predominantly, so the 5 country ministerial countries, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the UK and US, as you mentioned, and with platforms including Google, Meta and others, and generative AI companies. And so the approach is really about working to not look at, it's not about combating ideology, it's actually about deploying methodologies that are ideologically agnostic. They're grounded in public health principles, and we operate in the pre-criminal space before individuals come to the attention of law enforcement. This has been kind of the core focus of this work, as Moonshot's predominant methodology sits in the primary and secondary prevention space, and that comes from that public health principle model.
And so, as I understand it from your report, Moonshot's work began in the counter-terrorism space, redirecting individuals who were searching for terrorist content towards safer alternative content. Can you explain a little how that works?
Sure. So the idea behind methodology was always that there is always an online component to people who go on to commit violence, and that's something that we've seen more and more over the last decade. In terms of Moonshot's redirect methodology, the idea was that in order to reach people in this space, we needed to be able to target and reach people in a way that relies on their behavioral signals online rather than anything else related to belief or ideology. So what happens is the idea is that there's a behavioral component to ad targeting specifically. So this is where we work on platforms through their ad service. So if an individual takes an action online, there's an outreach that matches that action, which is the kind of basis of the methodology. So using a database of over 10 million targeting indicators, and that could be anything from hashtags through to community names and key search words, we use these signals to then ensure that a person receives an ad message, which essentially is an offer of support. And in a moment of whether it's crisis or consuming incredibly violent content online or violent extremist content, the idea is that we're engaging with individuals to offer support to reach out to and off-ramp individuals from the online space into the offline, where there is a service provision that we've set up as part of this infrastructure online into the offline space. So essentially, we use platforms where paid advertising is available. And essentially, the messaging that we use is ideologically agnostic. The messaging really is trying to target the actual underlying drivers or emotional drivers underneath the content that people are consuming in problematic spaces online. So that's loneliness, anger, the sense that nothing's going to change for them. And so then that click on the ad and the message or the offer of support takes people to a landing website where we are explaining that there is free confidential support available to them, where they can connect with a trained counsellor by text, web, phone, or chat in real time. And so the idea is that instead of an individual continuing down that pathway, gravitating towards violence or violence-inciting content, and potentially going to commit an act of violence, that they're actually redirected to an offer of support and the opportunity to speak to someone who's going to assess them in terms of risk and provide them with support that's tailored to where they're at in that moment online.
Thank you. And just dealing with one of the early points that you just made with respect to the pathways to radicalisation in this environment, you give some evidence about a study by Kenyon and others, which was a study of 235 individuals convicted of extremist offences, which found that the internet had played a central role in nearly every one of those cases. And I might just give the document ID for the purpose of the transcript, which is EWR.599.001.006. Focusing on that Kenyan study and your own observations, to what extent does the online environment play a role in driving people towards extremist behaviour?
The online space, from our experience, is essentially an active incubator for people's grievances, for their identity formation, and for behavioural escalation. So we know that in these spaces where the people are finding themselves in echo chambers, where strong grievances and ideological beliefs are being reinforced. And we know that in online spaces, as a result of algorithmic targeting, that people are also starting to consume and receive content that seeks to reinforce what they've been viewing and seeks to provide them with much more curated content along that particular pathway towards violence-inciting content. What we're finding also is that there's a real diversification of online spaces where people can go to find more and more extreme content. So individuals might find that they are initially looking at something that's quite normalized content that may not be seen as extreme. But slowly, there is a gravitation towards other platforms, specific influences, specific communities online. They're being facilitated in ways that algorithms are targeting individuals to then go and seek out more violence and more extreme content. And this is where we're finding that that kind of reinforcement and radicalization and mobilization towards violence is highly problematic, and that the online space essentially enables and facilitates that. What we're finding is that there's not necessarily a divide between the online and the offline. What we're finding is that there's this kind of false dichotomy where violent actors frequently are operating in both arenas. And so what we're finding is that, you know, there's this real world violence, and then the online space allows people to really translate those kinds of feelings of wanting to support, wanting to be involved. The online space provides them with that kind of safe space, so to speak, of like-minded individuals where they can continue to learn, consume, engage in conversations, and participate in forums, which is where we're finding that it's that online space where risk is really underestimated. And we're finding that, you know, the threat landscape online is continuously evolving. It's rapid in terms of the risk that we're seeing and kinds of content that people are willing to engage with that's becoming normalized. And therefore, that's why so much of what we do is based in the online space from a prevention perspective.
Thank you. And in terms of the pathways to violence, your evidence addresses the different stages at which people might engage in an online environment, and the way in which the online environment might foster or reinforce violent tendencies. Could you talk us through the first stage in terms of grievance formation?
Yeah, absolutely. I think with individuals who are in these online spaces, often there is a kind of psychosocial emotional need that's unmet that is driving people into online spaces. So people feeling lonely, people feeling isolated, and aggrieved by things that often are taking place in their personal lives. And then viewing real world events reinforce these feelings of being aggrieved, of being excluded from mainstream society, is what we find is often pushing people into these online spaces where there's a curiosity around whether there are other spaces that share their worldviews. And what we find is that people are often, it can range from curiosity, which in itself is not an indicator of people going on to actually commit violence, but that slowly there is a sense of wanting to consume more violent content or more extreme content as time goes on. So as people start to read content, especially videos, playlists that really reinforce conspirational ideas, there's a lot of conspiracy theories online that these communities really reinforce. What you find is that people become more fixed and more assured that they are justified in these kind of feelings and these motivations that kind of first brought them online. And what we're finding is that often there's no alternative to these grievances that individuals are experiencing. There's no alternative content or messaging that's going to get them to really question and kind of create a point of reflection when they're in these online spaces. And so this is the kind of continuum along which we find that secondary prevention is most effective, because you're not reaching people who are so far gone, who have then gone on to actively participate or plan or commit an act of violence. It's actually people who are in this kind of crucial phase of exploring, of being curious, of wanting to learn more, where there's a greater opportunity to intervene and actually disrupt that pathway that they've commenced online.
And in your report, you address the second stage being the ideation and research and planning phase, and then later stages, including taking material action in terms of acquiring weapons and materials and steps of that kind. A different intervention required at each of the three stages?
That's a really good question. It is actually very hard to assess risk online based on the behavioral signals that we're discussing in our report and in our approach. The idea is that regardless of whether this is coming from curiosity all the way through to taking more concerted steps and efforts, the idea is that the messaging remains the same. and that is the offer of support to receive non-judgmental, ideologically agnostic, and trusted messaging about receiving support or speaking to someone who's going to be able to offer help. Because the idea is that once people go on to reach out and contact a trained therapist or counsellor, that's where the actual risk assessment takes place. That's where the triage and the actual tailoring of support and intervention to an individual takes place. And that's that's the actual objective of the user journey for the way that Moonshot delivers this methodology. So for us, in terms of the way that we target, there's definitely a spectrum of content and indicators that we map and that we categorize from that kind of low-level risk to more extreme. And therefore, we can target across that spectrum quite accurately. But in terms of the intervention itself, it doesn't change. The messaging remains the same.
And in terms of the indicators that you just referred to, I think in your report you indicate that many individuals who mobilise to violence have observable behavioural signals, and I think you refer to a quarter of perpetrators of mass attacks in public spaces using the internet to make direct threats, another quarter using online platforms to deliver final communications and manifestos. How is it that governments and platforms can go about identifying what are the observable behavioural signals?
The best way to do this, at least from Moonshot's perspective, is to conduct really thorough online assessments and monitoring of these threat landscapes. It's the only way to really understand, especially in geographically specific situations, what is really driving the kind of traffic in online spaces that are extreme and violence inciting. The idea for us is that when individuals are moving through this space, there's a whole diverse range of indicators, and they can be quite tailored to the very specific online forums and spaces where individuals are speaking to specific policy announcements, community events. They can really be inspired by localized movements as much as the global. And so conducting and deploying very geographically specific threat landscape monitoring programs is the best way to really understand what signals are available online for governments and agencies to be able to respond to in terms of targeting. So that's essentially what Moonshot does. That's the kind of initial stage of how we look at validating the signals that we're seeing online and really being able to refine the criteria for which we actually then reach out to individuals who we see as starting to gravitate towards violence.
And in terms of the responses, one of the tools that you've identified in your report is the use of pre-bunking, which is something I understand Google and Meta at least have explored. Could you tell us a little bit more about that particular response?
Yeah, debunking is essentially a technique-based approach. So it targets the manipulation tactics through which the narratives that I've been talking about are spread. So scapegoating, decontextualization, and false context. So the idea is that in the online space, you can actually deploy inoculation techniques. So you inoculate audiences against future applications, even as specific as content changes online. So, for example, giving individuals who are online a dose of the kind of manipulation techniques that you might see, or exploitation and recruitment tactics that you might see in extreme online spaces or dangerous spaces online, can actually allow people to then go on and actually actively identify where they can see those particular tactics are being used on them. This is how pre-bunking works. It's really being able to give people the skills to really apply a critical lens to the content that they're consuming online and to be able to prevent that kind of further radicalization and reinforcement of potential beliefs.
And you also give some evidence about the utilisation of digital advertising tools to reach concerned bystanders and at-risk individuals. And in particular, the placement of such advertisements on platforms such as Google, Reddit, YouTube, and Rumble. Could you just speak to the way in which that particular mechanism works?
Sure, absolutely. So, as I was mentioning earlier, the ad targeting is behavioural. So, an individual takes action online, and outreach is matched. So what we do is using the 10 million kind of typing indicators database, which can include the keywords, video links, hashtags, community names, and other signals that are actually indicating that people are actively engaging with violent or extremist content. The databases are actually built and maintained by our analysts who have deep subject matter expertise. They're tailored to each country, language, ideological context, and they're constantly updated. It's not a set and forget. So when someone in a program geography actually uses one of those keywords on the platforms that we've selected, an ad is served through the relevant platform. So this is essentially a digital marketing methodology. And the reason that it's so effective is that it's kind of independent of relying on platforms to actually engage in the programs that we're delivering. We can actually, just like any member of the public, use platforms and their service to deploy ads as part of, say, a marketing campaign to reach individuals with these messages. Where we have platforms where paid advertising isn't available, we use content seeding. So that's the manual placement of support materials in relevant communities. And so this is also effective because what you'll find is that if someone's, for example, in an online community forum setting, seeing this content can often trigger an interest in wanting to learn more and clicking on the content to go and read whether it's self-help resources or actually contact an individual who's providing online support in real time.
And your report indicates that online prevention programs have been deployed in New Zealand, Canada, and New York State. Is that correct? And what sort of results have you seen in those environments?
Every geography is different in terms of the way in which we design and deliver these programs. So I want to mention at the outset that we do tailor these programs differently to each context, like I was saying, depending on the initial mapping and assessment work that we do about threat landscapes. So results will always vary, but at a high level, what we've seen is a very high engagement and click-through rate for individuals who receive these messages of support. So for example, in New Zealand over a 12-month period, where individuals have been searching this content and where it's triggered these particular signals and indicators that I mentioned at the outset, we've had over 3,643,000 offers of support to the New Zealand public. So this is the actual impressions, so people who are receiving the ads. And then we've had over 17,000 times people in need who are actually engaging with those offers of support. And then they've gone on to actually click on the website, engage in consuming the content on these websites where we have very carefully curated content around messaging that builds trust and really facilitates a kind of seamless trust-building user experience to then go and click on the support service. And that, in that instance, in New Zealand, for example, we had 47 individuals who contacted the service. And in Canada, we've had even higher rates over a multi-year program where we've had 77 people who directly requested help. And while that kind of filter of numbers from impressions down to individuals who actually reach out to a service, is quite significant in terms of its drop, it's actually very intentional by design. What we're doing is trying to reach people in these geographies who are consuming this content with at a very basic minimum, an awareness that there is an alternative to the content that they are consuming and that there are alternative pathways out of those very extreme spaces that they found themselves in. What's really important and interesting is that then filtering from that number to the individuals who actually have decided that they need that help, that they want to take up that offer of support, or an ad that essentially was not targeting the actual content that they were looking at. So this is an ad that has nothing to do with what they've searched. To then go click on that service, those numbers at the end are actually really significant because that's a success of the actual messaging of the information that's been provided to them and tailored to the kind of drivers and emotional needs that have been unmet that we're trying to address for individuals looking for support, and who have then gone on to contact someone to say, I do need help, I do want to talk, and I'm really concerned about my behaviours, about my interests, and the way that I'm consuming content online.
And turning to the final topic, which is what's changed in recent years. Obviously, Moonshot's been in existence for over a decade. It's been active in this a particular space in terms of online extremism. You offer 3 observations in your report about the way in which things have changed during that period. Could you just address those topics for us, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So, firstly, it's about the demographic of the concern that we're seeing. So, we're seeing a real sharp rise in the number of minors who are engaging with extremist ideologies and violence, and some individuals are as young as 12 years old. And we've seen this across reporting from intelligence agencies across the 5 West countries, and our work and the results we're seeing online only reinforce and support that. Data from, for example, the New Zealand program found that up to 49% of those who are searching for violence inciting content online may actually be under 18. And so that's a proportion that can't be tracked precisely because of privacy protection for minors. And so what we're finding is that therefore increases the risk. So young people now who are on these pathways to violence have grown up entirely online. And so their radicalization pathways are digital, and they are more complex and difficult to be able to predict and reach in a way that prevention programs traditionally weren't designed to address. And so that's a gap and an area that we're finding anyone in this field is trying to optimize and create more effective targeting campaigns to reach young people. Second is that ideology is no longer central to online radicalization pathways. So as I was saying earlier, there used to be very key kind of precision in targeting specific ideologies online. So Salafi jihadism, white supremacy, and that was a reliable signal of risk. But what we're finding now is that it's no longer the case. Radicalization is increasingly beginning in spaces that are not explicitly ideological. So we're seeing that forums are being built around, like I said, grievances, communities that are organized around nihilism, misogyny, and spaces where these grievances intersect, and where the primary kind of content and entry point into these online spaces is gore and graphic violence, rather than political extremism, which is how we've traditionally viewed this. And so it's people seeking out violence for the sake of violence. And so it means that programs have to adapt significantly, and it has meant that there's a greater grey area in the ways that this sector and all the agencies in it are able to design and target solutions for reaching people online. And kind of finally, the general exposure to, at a societal level to deeply violent content online is at its highest level. And so, for example, in New Zealand, 66% of the population reports having seen illegal or extremely harmful content online. This came out of a very recent report by the Classification Office in New Zealand. And so what we're finding is that when you have such a large proportion of people who are stumbling across violent content without actually intending to watch it, there's significant implications from a prevention perspective. It means that we can no longer simply rely on the fact that people are seeking out this content and then it contributing to their pathway. It's also for individuals who are consuming it involuntarily. And so there needs to be support for those individuals as well. It's not just about people who we consider to be at risk. It's actually also about people who are being exposed to content and are experiencing secondary traumatic stress symptoms and other serious harms.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Ms. Rajah, if I could ask you one thing. We have heard a great deal at this commission about online memes amongst young people that are anti-Semitic. Particularly, there's a continuing fashion for young people to make memes about Hitler, guessing Jews, and the like. Going to your second point, that ideology isn't central to online radicalization, do you have any view about the risk for a young person who is drawn to violent content online and who has absorbed a lot of memes about Hitler and gassing Jews, and the increased risk, if any, of violence being carried out with Jews as the target?
Absolutely, Commissioner. From the work that we've seen across multiple geographies, what happens is the normalization and desensitization to violence and to kinds of messaging and content that's being created online. So for young people, it can start, like I was saying, this entry point around a curiosity and a fascination around violence. But in these online spaces, without any of the kinds of protections and safeguards against young people's consumption online, what happens is that that kind of gravitation and reinforcement that the spaces that they're in are actually quite normal and mainstream can happen quite rapidly. And currently, there's no real online prevention infrastructure that's providing young people with any kind of off-ramp or disruption to these particular pathways where they're online and, have kind of unfettered access to more and more extreme content. And so within these kind of echo chambers, we are seeing that there is greater traffic, and we've seen that kind of spike in what we consider to be people who fall within the kind of younger and youth cohort online, who are wanting to learn more about very specific references. So this is not just someone who's putting in a search term that they've heard somewhere and that they're curious about this kind of low-level, say, extreme content or hashtag. They're people who are listening to influencers, who know exactly where to go find the worst type content and spaces. So very specific online forums, via very specific kind of fringe platforms, and going to websites where they know they're going to find the most extreme content. And so there are all kinds of online community networks who really facilitate young people access to this. It's not just about an individual who's kind of online and making their way through these online spaces without any kind of signposting. There are actually networks who work quite in a very considered, strategic and kind of planned way to find young people in also kind of adjacent platforms, whether it could be gaming and other spaces and communities for young people that can lure them into these more extreme spaces. And so that really, really reinforces the issue as well. What starts off as, quite harmless online activity for any young person can actually, over time, kind of really increase in level of risk and the kind of extreme content that they're being exposed to, which they're finding that more and more young people are gravitating towards, and therefore that's where that kind of desensitization, normalization takes place. And so individuals are more willing to participate in these spaces.
Thank you. Anything arising? Thank you very much, Ms. Rajah. That completes your evidence. And the Commission will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.